Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Herstory Online Summit, day 3 on the 3rd of March, 2022. This is Gertrude Macha here in beautiful Melbourne, Australia, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce my co-host, Miss Ruth. Say hi to everybody.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time. Um, welcome, whatever time we find you at. Hello, and welcome to our day 3.
Wonderful. So we've got a fantastic lineup of speakers today, Ruth. Again, coming to us from all four corners of the world. So it really excites me to be able to share this such a wide range of creativity, of speakers. So grab your cup of coffee, a cup of tea, and join us this morning as we bring on yet another group of amazing speakers from all over the globe. So I thought that I would like to introduce a thought for the day every single day while we are having this online summit. As it is International Women's Month, I think we need to share, Ruth, some inspiring quotes, some nuggets of wisdom to all the women out there who are tuning in to remember who we truly are, to remember the power that is within, because every once in a while we tend to forget our own power and we tend to give up that power to others who end up taking advantage of us. And I really want this month to be a month to take us all back to be reminded of who we truly are, who you truly are. And as the women of the Herstory Circle, we just show up to reflect back to you your own greatness. And the quote for today is very simple. It is always look behind and see how far you have already come. How many times do we forget, Ruth, that we have overcome so many challenges, overcome so many feats in our lives, and then we get stuck at a certain point in our life when we think that that's the end of the world. So don't forget how far you have already come. It's really important for you to look back, take a look at where you are now, where you were, let's say a year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, and where you are going, because that's the next thing, right? What is it you're aiming for?
That's so true.
So mark a spot and say to yourself, this is who I am. This is where I'm going. This is how far I've come. I've done it before. I have reached amazing goals before. And yeah, look to the future. You know, for me, I'm here in Australia feeling like I felt 21 years ago, Ruth. You know, I'm in a foreign country. I'm trying to launch my new business here. And there are times when I start to doubt that what I'm trying to do is going to succeed. And I have to remember that I actually left Africa 21 years ago with three small kids aged 12, 10, and 3, and moved to another country with no one I knew here and $500 in my purse. And it was just a bag of dreams and a bag of hopes that eventually came true. So always look behind and remember how far you have already come. That is the quote for today. Ruth, I will task you to find a quote for the day for tomorrow so that we can mark each day with
That's all
something
right.
really positive that our viewers, our listeners can hold on to as you go through your day after listening to today's amazing speakers. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Marianne Bova, who is based in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Marianne is a mindset and health results coach at Eden Rock Coaching and Consulting. She comes from a nursing background, and she will be sharing today a message around the gift of forgiveness. That a lot of times when you forgive, you are not forgiving the other person, but you are helping yourself. So she was a registered nurse in community setting for 25 years, and her team is part of the Energize, and she's also a very proud educator for Nurse Success Educator Team. Miriam, thank you again. We're going to share your video. I know you couldn't be with us, but you're here with us in spirit. Oh, there is a beautiful quote. Thank you, Ruth. All right, so here we go. Marianne Bova is the first speaker for today. And hopefully I won't have any problems playing this video. My internet connection is rather slow today, Ruth.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marianne Bova. I am 48 years old and I live in Sydney, Australia. Thank you for letting me be here with you today and allowing me to share something that I feel truly passionate about, and that is intentional forgiveness. My hope is that by sharing a bit about my story and what I believe is something that is really important and a gateway to your inner freedom, that you might be able to go away today with a few nuggets of wisdom that you can go away and apply to your own situation, own life. It's a little bit about me, about my background. I am a internationally certified results coach. I am a registered nurse, have been for 26 years now, and I also have my graduate diploma in counselling. So clearly have immersed myself in the helping profession. And what I have seen as a common denominator across all those industries is people are really willing to go there in regards to maybe pushing themselves to get the result that they're after, maybe really sort of stepping in there and being motivated to do something for their family. And an area that I find that even like myself there for quite some time, that an area where people get really stuck in is not being able to move past some really deep-seated trauma, and even some just sort of, I guess, medium-level trauma in their life. And what I have found in both in my nursing profession and in my coaching profession is that this seems to keep people stuck in cyclic patterns of behavior, of being able to be triggered very easily, and sadly find that they end up repeating some cyclic patterns because they haven't given it any time for conscious and unconscious time to really delve into what is in that trauma, and really working on really sort of digging deep and finding the nuggets, the gifts of wisdom that lie in that rubble of that trauma. So what is intentional forgiveness? Intentional forgiveness really is doing the work and being willing to look for the nuggets of wisdom and the gifts that lie in what we would normally deem as something that is traumatic. What isn't intentional forgiveness, what it's not, is condoning the behavior, the act, the experience that caused the trauma in the first place. Is certainly not that. Forgiveness is a word that is shrouded with a lot of influence, perhaps, if you like, from religious experiences growing up. I certainly grew up in a Catholic family, so I still have that essence of forgiveness being, well, God damn it, if I don't forgive that experienced person, I'm just as bad and I'm heading to hell. There's lots of things, and I have certainly found that a wall can tend to go up when you talk about forgiveness. And certainly from my own personal experience, and it is something that I have really, it's become very much part of my personal growth, my spiritual life, to really have that as a centerpiece. And that has been one of the biggest gifts in my life in the last 10 years. And I'll just share with you a little bit about my story and how it came to be that was something that was just such a message for me going forward. So like many of you, I have a background, I have a history growing up of trauma. And for me, that was having an experience for a year of sexual abuse. Obviously, with that comes a lot of feeling of isolation, of manipulation, of no control, of a power imbalance, of just total body disgust. It's no surprise that ensuing that, to try and deal with it with no words to articulate how that experience was, to not have the ability mentally and emotionally to process any of that. My body, as the book says, kept the score. So a 10-year eating disorder ensued, so harmful that I ended up in hospital for 6 weeks because of it. But as time went on and the patterning of the eating disorder started to release a bit of that, I remember distinctly asking myself, who am I and what am I without that eating disorder? Who am I and what am I without that sexual abuse story? And over the years, this tended to be the gateway, a door opening, if you like, to what it would mean for me to be able to release that and look for the nuggets and look for the wisdom that was in that. To cut a long story short, I'd done the work around the abuse, and there came a point in time where there was really nothing more that I could do. And I asked myself the question, what am I going to choose to do? Am I going to choose to continue to beat myself up when that person, that experience is long past? And if I continue down that track of persecuting myself, persecuting the other person, it is affecting only me and the people that I am now responsible for. I have 3 beautiful girls with my wonderful husband. If I continued to be re-traumatized by my emotions, by my triggers, by everything wrapped up in that experience, then I now have a responsibility to the people I'm responsible for. What became extremely important was ending cyclic trauma. That ends with me. I thankfully have, as a result, one of the nuggets that have come out of it is that I went on a personal growth journey. Perhaps without that experience, I may not have. And what has simmered to the surface as one of those beautiful nuggets that I really had to search for was I now have such an acute awareness and desire to really shift the experience of, and us being the generation that changes and stops generational cyclic pain, that I now can say that that is something that has been something within my family unit, that they won't get the residual impact of my emotional charge from that event. I was able to go to that person as an adult woman and express to them that Soul to soul, I'm sure that on some level, they may have regretted what they did. But I just wanted them to know that despite the harm that they caused, I was okay. I cannot tell you the freeing nature of that conversation and the gifts that just exploded for me as a result that I just could never have anticipated. I literally found my voice again. I started to believe in myself like I'd never believed in me before. There was a renewed energy in me that I had never experienced. I started to trust myself. And I started to listen to my own intuition again. There were many other gifts that came. Surprisingly was an incredible financial gift that I just was just not expecting at all. And that in turn allowed my husband to be able to stay at home whilst I started building up my coaching practice at the time. And I don't believe that any of these things would have come had I not spent deliberate, intentional time thinking about and looking for and digging and having the courage to dig for those nuggets, turning wounds into wisdom. Oprah Winfrey and Maston Kipp are very much voices for ending generational cyclic pain. I implore you to have a look at the work there. And there's a quote that says, "Today, I decided to forgive you, not because you apologized or because you acknowledged the pain you caused me, but because my soul deserves peace." And that is exactly the gift of intentional forgiveness. So I implore you to look at where your life is, where maybe there might be some areas that you're feeling a little bit stuck. And have you gone so far on your own personal journey, but there are maybe experiences or people in your life that have the ability to get you off track? That was my experience in this situation, but now that's not the case. And I also had a very challenging experience. Poor mums. There's many of us that have challenging relationships with our parents, and I certainly did with my mum. God bless her. Thankfully, I went and did very intentional, deliberate work around forgiving mum and accepting her as a human being, and that, God damn it, she made some mistakes, and I'm sure I make some mistakes as a parent as well. But the work that I did was a setup for me being able to, 2 years down the track, be completely present with her as she had to traverse grade 4 brain cancer. We walked that journey along with some of my other siblings, and I cannot tell you, to be able to be emotionally, spiritually, and physically present for a woman that in the past we'd had that challenging relationship, but to think that now I could be fully with her, and in the moment that she chose after all these years to say sorry for the pain that she caused, to be able to be in a place that was able to say, "It's over, Mum, it's okay, I'm here for you now," was the most liberating experience of my life. About 2 weeks before she died, in a hospital bed at home, and as we were all gathered around, I went over to her and I said, "Is there anything else I can do for you, Mum?" And I thought maybe just fluff a pillow or just make her a little bit more physically comfortable. And in that low voice that she had, I leaned over and I said, "Is there anything else, Mum?" And she said, "Go out and make people as happy as you're making me now." Those words will just ricochet for me for the rest of my life. And a key cornerstone to me being able to be present and to have received those words before she passed away, to see my mum as her most exceptional self, that she taught me how to live while you were dying in those 14 months. That had I not done the work, I would have missed witnessing the most extraordinary woman that perhaps I didn't know as a young person, but now I got to see her in all of her beautiful, feminine, gorgeous essence and the most courageous and strong woman I've ever met. So now I will do as my mother asked. I will do as much as I can to spread the message of intentional forgiveness and the gifts that it brings. Somewhere today, just by sharing a little bit about my story, that this somehow echoes in your world. And maybe, just maybe, you might just give another look and maybe a reframe of that trauma that you experienced. And there are gifts. You can go from wounds to wisdom. Thank you.
All right. That was the beautiful Miriam Bova coming to us all the way from Sydney, Australia. Thank you so much, Miriam. Miss Ruth, I'm not sure if you're there. Join us if you are. I think the biggest take home that I got from her was the gift of intentional forgiveness.
Forgiveness, yeah.
How many times do we really forgive intentionally? A lot of times we forgive just for ourselves or to brush things aside and, get it over and done with. Very,
And
very
move on.
powerful message there. And I'm so happy, Miriam, you managed to spend the last moments with your mother and helped her transition. It would have been an experience that you would have lost for the rest of your life. So really, really happy to see you there. And I can see you're joining us
Yes.
online. Wonderful, wonderful story. So, Miriam, I'm not sure if you are available to join us for a quick fireside chat. I will send you the link on Facebook Messenger. If you're available, it would be great for you to join us for a few minutes, and we can get people who are sending questions and comments to connect and engage with you as well. So, Miriam, I've given you the link on Facebook Messenger. Please come in and join us for a couple of minutes. Ruth, what is your take home?
I envy her because she got to spend the last few days or few moments, the last moments with her mom, which was such a blessing. Because her mom spoke the last lesson to her: just go out there and live your life. Go out there and do what you need to do. So beautiful as always. And Marianne is gonna be one of our chairpersons. She's one of our chairpersons, so she'll be chairing. I don't have the dates on hand, but she'll be chairing one of the days, one or two of the days, sometime
This
next week.
month. That's awesome.
Yes.
So we've
And
got,
we've got
a comment there. Want to read that out?
yes, from Petronilla. I think Petronilla is joining us from Germany.
Yes. She was
I
one of our
so
speakers
enjoyed your
yesterday.
I so enjoyed your story as it touched me deeply. Thanks for the wisdom which is existing within the intentional forgiveness.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Here's Miriam saying, thank you for sharing my story and the power of forgiveness. So Miriam is going to join us in a few minutes. We also have another comment there from Isha. Thank you,
Yes,
Isha. Hi. Wonderful to see you joining us today as well. So,
And
forgiveness is the theme for the day that has opened up our day 3 of the Herstory Online Summit. One of the things that I again forgot to do, Ruth, and you need to remind me every morning, is when you are in Australia, it is customary to acknowledge the people of this land. You know, it's very similar to what we would do if you were in Zimbabwe, where you are in a space and you pay tribute to the ancestors of that land. So I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea, and community. We pay our respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Straits Islander peoples today. So please remind me every morning, Ruth, to make that acknowledgement before we start.
acknowledgement.
Yeah, it is a traditional acknowledgement wherever you are in gathering, whenever you are in circle in Australia. So yeah, I'm glad we managed to have this little time to pause while we're waiting for Miriam to join us. Yeah, just to reflect, because sometimes we forget where we are, we forget where we are operating from. And for me, the privilege of being able to be here and to grow the movement in Australia and beyond, it's an absolute honor to be able to do this while living here. So while we give Miriam a few minutes to join us, perhaps we will jump to the next speaker just for the sake of time. If you would like to read out Ashley
Yes.
Blanshaw's bio, Ruth, we'll play her video,
Yes.
and when Miriam joins us, we'll do the Q&A session with her then.
All right. Ashley Blanshaw is originally from Brooklyn, New York, in the US of A. She's a singer, she's a songwriter, music producer, and a solo music artist. She's also a motivational speaker, an activist, and an author, a talk show radio show host. A singing and solo music career started at the age of 4. Songwriting career started during her freshman year of high school, and music career started during college years. She's an author of 5 books, My Journey to Recovery and an Inspirational with Ashley Blanshaw and I Am Determined Deluxe Edition, and the Herstory collaboration book. She has a talk show and a radio show. Her inspirations and Inspirational Time is the show that she hosts on radio. She's an activist and an advocate for mental health awareness.
And it
She's
looks like Ruth.
celebrating 21 years of being sober from mental health illness. Is Miriam here?
No, oh, there she is. Yes, there she
From
is.
mental health illness.
Hey, Miriam, we'll do that again, Ruth. Let's do our Q&A session with Miriam quickly. How are you, darling?
Hey, good morning, everybody. My apologies. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that I just clicked on. I'm like, oh my gosh, I saw the tail end of my talk. And I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I would have been here. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. We had to shift a few things around and we thought, why not start with you?
Well, you've got me with no makeup on and getting the school run and all that kind of stuff. So hello, world. And yeah, welcome to real life.
The world of motherhood. And thank you, Linda. Linda's joining us with a comment in Queensland.
Hey,
Thank
Linda.
you for saying wonderful acknowledgement. I have to remember, Linda, I'm new in Australia, so I do ask for my forgiveness in forgetting to do that acknowledgement straight before we started this gathering. We also have Angel. Angel is in the US joining us on Facebook. Angel, lovely to see you there as usual. So we'll have our little Q&A session with you, Mariam, so we can release you and you can go back to doing your motherly
Yeah.
duties. First of all, how was your retreat? You did a 10-day silence retreat.
Well, you and I haven't caught up from that, but basically, I actually, of all things, I didn't complete it because I'd had this intuition that something wasn't right at home, and because you couldn't contact home just to check in, turns out I ended up. They were urging me to stay on this retreat, but I just knew something wasn't right, and sure enough. My body ended up concocting the worst migraine that I've ever had. I couldn't eat for days while I was there, so I couldn't actually do the program. And so there was no choice. I had to leave. And all my 3 kids had COVID.
What?
So I was just like, my
shame,
body, mind, soul just knew something wasn't right. And
So you had to go home.
And then, so one of them was sick, but the other 2 were sort of okay. But by the Sunday, the other 2 had developed symptoms. And then I tested them all on the Monday morning, and sure enough, all 3 had COVID. So I would have died if I was away sitting on my mountaintop retreating and finding myself. As a mum, of course, you want to be there. So I just think my whole body just went, nope, you're going home.
Your intuition is powerful.
It was undeniable.
Very, and very connected to your children, isn't it?
Yes.
It was testament to that. It was just massive. And the place was urging me to stay, you've made this time and all that kind of stuff. And and I actually felt so much better being home. As once I got home, my migraine started slowly lifting. So how crazy is that? I know. So I think just having some time with you in Melbourne, Gertrude, and my gallivanting around the countryside was way plenty. And be back on board Mama Bear.
Well, it was wonderful being with you when you came to Melbourne. I don't always get to meet all the women in the circle, and it was such an honor to have you in my home and to meet you in person and share
it was really good.
What's going on with the circle here in Melbourne. That is just wonderful.
Yeah, it was an absolute privilege, and what a great opportunity to be at the launch, and and to be able to witness what was going on for you was really, really special. So yes.
So let's talk about you and pick your brain with the intentional forgiveness. That's an interesting phrase. Unpack it for me.
Yeah. So for me, the acts of the intentional forgiveness was exactly that. It wasn't a haphazard, just kind of occurred because time had passed. It was very deliberate acts and acknowledging that the people around me were never going to change. And I was very conscious as I was sort of progressing through my own, I guess you call it your spiritual journey, spiritual awakening, and just really sort of getting into alignment more with who I am and what I'm about, and feeling really quite happy and high and just loving life, that it would only take 1 or 2 things for someone to say something that would just totally derail me. Yeah. And I realized that, you know what, they're not even doing it intentionally. They're not even aware. And so it's just that it's up to me then. And I was very, very conscious with my gorgeous mum as I was sort of doing some work around her. I had a very strong realization one day. I thought, I can't even share my dreams with her. I can't share the things that really matter to me. And that
was really a sad thought. And so that week I actually took the week off work. I went, right, for whatever reason, this is the week I need to do this work.
Yes.
And I rang my boss and I said, look, for some reason, my mum's stuff has all just like been dredged up. And for some reason, I've got to do this work and I've got to do it now. And amazingly, she's, was open to that. And
Yes.
so I was very deliberate. So intentional forgiveness for me meant that I went and did some deliberate work. And that included 5 straight days. I said, right, these are the things that I'm going to do in those days. And by the end of it, that litmus test I was going to be able to go back to mum and just totally just look at her and just purely see her through eyes of love. And it was untarnished. And that's exactly what happened. And I was going to be able to go back to mum and just totally just look at her and just purely see her through eyes of love. And it was untarnished. I was going to be able to go back to mum.
I'm hearing an echo.
Yeah, same.
Okay, it's gone now.
It's gone. Yeah, but and I can see the power of doing that was how that sort of started to pave the way for us kind of getting set up for, down the track when mum was diagnosed with grade 4 brain cancer, that I could wholeheartedly be there for her.
Yeah.
And when she, of her own volition, in that time, in those just tiny little moments when I was putting her to bed, and she, for the first time in her life, said, I'm so sorry. Just real sort of things that were on her mind during the cancer. That she said, I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you kids when, we experienced sexual abuse. And she said, I just didn't even know about it at the time. And it was just such I just was so naive. And to be able to sit with her in those moments and not go, oh, well, finally you've acknowledged it. It took you 80 years. I was able to turn around and say, it's okay. Yeah. It's all right. It's over. We're safe. We're here. I'm here for you.
Yes.
And that in that moment when everything had sort of kind of, she was able to freely feel, for that first time in her life when she was really able to, I knew she deeply felt it. Yeah. And for me to be able to hold her in that time and that it's okay.
Wow. That's just incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. And then, it's almost like energetically you moved something out of the way.
Massive.
Yeah.
And in that, I remember the feeling of I've moved a lot of big rocks, enough to be able to clear the pathway. So there was still some, I guess, little rocks that were there, but I remember thinking that's okay. They will be moved when they're ready. But it just removed a lot of those blocks. And as I sort of said in my talk, the power of when it's on you, when you're realizing that something's affecting your life. If someone that's listening to this, there's something, like they might be doing really well in their career, they might be doing what they feel is great in parenting, or there's things ticking over, but there's just this thing that sort of simmers beneath the surface.
Yes.
There's something that they're holding on to. And I've seen it. I've seen that people are willing to do the work around a lot of things, but come up against this thing, this strongly held resentment to somebody or something or an event. The wall just goes up, and you have to start to question yourself, how much is that feeling, that resentment, that frustration, that anger, that hurt? You really have to assess how much that's actually feeding into some of those areas of your life that it's kind of going unnoticed, or there's not the awareness of it. And I promise you it is. I promise you, whether it's in your parenting, whether it's in how you react
to situations.
Mhm.
Or just that when you think about it, it can immediately bring up the memory, the triggers. So you're kind of right back there. You're experiencing the similar emotions. And at the end
Yes.
of the day, Wayne Dyer's classic analogy, you don't die from the snake's bite. It's the venom that keeps running around is the thing
Oh,
that kills
yeah.
you. And you have to be willing to realize that sometimes it's when you are safe, when you're past that moment of whatever it was, when, if you've sort of have developed a bit of maturity or a spiritual awareness and sort of putting things in perspective as how life is. And we're not immune from challenge. We're not immune from, sometimes, pretty horrific things that happen.
Yeah.
But when you're in a place of safety, when you've, had time to sort of move on, you have to question how much you want that to impact your life. And have you missed the opportunity for the lessons because you're still stuck in an anger, a frustration, a sadness? Because I promise you that there is always a lesson. And in regards, sorry, I know I'm rabbiting on a bit, but
Oh, no, this is good. This is good. A lot of people need to hear this.
Yeah. Probably what for me and I have to admit I was ready. There was something in me. There was something on me
Mhm.
that I was ready, and I was prompted to do something.
It's almost like you were carrying a big rock on your back, a whole lot of stuff, and you were ready to put that sack of rocks down and release it and let it go, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
And what is on the other side of owning it, doing whatever it is that you feel that there's an intuition about in regards to around intentional forgiveness? The gifts that came were just extraordinary. And I'll
Yeah.
tell you, the biggest one was long, like as a adult woman with my kids, I had a compelling moment to go and see the person that had molested me when I was younger.
Mm.
And I knew I was safe. And I'd processed as much work around all of that situation as much as one can humanly do. And
Yeah.
I'd been in a place where I think what I would call the word is uncharged. Like if I would think of that time,
Yes.
there was no charge. I wasn't emotional about it. I wasn't sad. I
Right.
wasn't happy. I wasn't angry. It was just very neutral. And it
Neutral. Yeah.
was a good place to be. And I could extract the lessons from it.
Mm.
And one of those is to sort of obviously, be able to be there to protect our children as best as you humanly can.
Yes.
But I lost my voice in that time. And I was very aware that I would pick other people's opinions over mine. I would be swayed a lot by people. I would think that I'd question my memory. I'd feel like I wasn't believed. And that really was very much from that time. And I was quite an anxious person in my 20s. When I went back, I'd evolved enough in my spiritual life that I could meet him on a soul-to-soul level. And from
Yes.
that place, I was like, well, if we kind of came from the same drop, then
Yeah.
there's a part of him that there is goodness. And I thought, I'm sure you probably just want to know on some level that despite everything that happened, that I'm okay.
Yeah.
And the coming back and seeing that person as an old person with medical issues now immediately is like, wow, you just look like one of my old patients now.
Wow.
So even just the
Wow.
physicality of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then actually sitting down and having the conversation, I was in control. And so these are all the things that I just weren't expecting, but it was just
Yes.
evolving as it was happening in real time. And I was really in control of the conversation. I was able to state what I wanted to be there for and the person that I'd evolved into. And when I came away, I was sort of quite hyper. It was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I've just had that conversation. What am I feeling? What am I experiencing? And the biggest thing, Gertrude, was it was like I could clearly remember the day that it felt like my voice was robbed from me. And
Right.
it felt like I just kind of, I even feel like I can feel it in my hand. I was just like, reached back in, grabbed my voice back out, and thank you very much, that's mine. And I felt like in that conversation, that was the biggest energetic thing that I felt. And from that day on, my memory improved. I was relying on my memory a lot more. I realized, I'm sort of not agreeing with what that person's saying. This is my opinion and this feels right for me. And I think then from that space was when I started to have an inclination to want to use my voice and to actually engage in speaking and things like that. There was a unexpected financial thing that came within days when I was told that, potentially that might not come for 5 years. And there was just so many other things that just kind of came on the back end. And that, again, was a very much energetic, just clearing the decks.
Yes.
So that money could come in.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Wow.
So sometimes
it's all
energetic.
It's all energy.
Yeah.
Miriam, it's wonderful to have you with us. I'm seeing
thank you.
A couple of people online. Let's see here. Isha says, oh, we met in New Mexico. Well, it's wonderful to have you on the show today. I do remember you. We met at some meeting or meetup gathering. Oh, how beautiful. Lovely to see you there. It's always fascinates me how I have these loops that close. I meet people in different parts of the world and then they show up on Facebook or Instagram or on LinkedIn. Oh, that is wonderful. Thank you for tuning in today.
Hi, good morning, good evening.
And we also have Terry. Terry's joining us as well. I think Terry's in Australia.
Hey, good morning, Terry.
To have you joining us today. And I can see the beautiful Miss Ruth has come back. I know you're having issues with your internet again. Miss Ruth, and then she freezes again. Oh, poor thing.
I'm sure you're hearing. Oh my goodness.
So Miriam, how long are you able to be with us this morning?
I might have to flip back on a little bit later. It's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Some in and outs.
Hey, Rick.
Do come back anytime, Miriam. Come back and join us. We will go until 11 o'clock Australia time. So whenever you're free, just come back and be part of the panel.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you for sharing the video, and I really hope that helps someone. And yeah, I'm certainly reachable. Have you got my email? The website?
Yes. Give me your website.
I'll put it in.
Put it in the chat.
I'll put it in here.
And we can share it with our audience. If anybody would like to get hold of you, they can. So Ruth, you're going to have to redo the introduction for Ashley. Thanks, Miriam. I'll share that.
Thanks, folks. I'll catch you later. A bit of makeup on.
See you soon.
Join us later. We would love to have you back.
Thanks, folks. Enjoy.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
So this is Miriam's website. If anybody would like to get in touch with her, I'll have it scrolling at the bottom of the screen for a few minutes. Absolutely wonderful. So Miss Ruth, you're going to have to read Ashley's again. Oh, so Terry, you're in Indiana, USA. You're part of the Sacred Promise speakers. I thought you were another Terry that I know in Australia. Wonderful to have you, Terry, and we're looking forward to you being part of the Herstory movement and sharing your story. So I will be meeting you very soon. I saw that you booked for us to connect. We'll move on to our next speaker, Ms. Ruth.
Yes, I hope you don't lose me. Ashley Blanchard is originally from Brooklyn in New York in the US of A. She's a singer, she's a songwriter, music producer, solo music artist, motivation speaker, an activist and author, also a talk show radio show host. Her singing career started at the age of 4, and she's written 5 books. She's part of our volume, I think it's volume 4, Herstory collaboration. And she has a talk show on radio, Ashley's Inspirations and Inspirational Time with Ashley. She's an activist and an advocate for mental health awareness and is celebrating 21 years of being sober from mental health illness. She's in the process of mentoring people who struggle with mental health illness, and she's the Love Yourself campaign for mental health champion. What gives her strength is that is a spiritual connection with God, her faith in God, and her music connection. And she says, going through this mental illness better for 21 years, I struggled with self-confidence and depression is more negativity and things, but realize that I have to encourage myself that I'm beautiful, strong, empowered, more than a conqueror, a champion, a winner, overcomer, survivor. And she's hosting her first national tour, the I Am Determined tour.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ruth. You managed to get through that without disconnecting. That's a miracle.
Did you
All
hear
right,
the speed? Like I was on
Yeah.
fast forward, just in case.
I love it. Okay, we're going to share Ashley's video. Wonderful. Thank you, Ashley.
Grace and peace and blessings be unto you. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I want to show my gratitude and my thanks. I read to Sister Gertrude and Sister Ruth for allowing me to be a speaker once again for the Herstory Circle Summit once again this year. Once again, I want to thank Sister Gertrude and Sister Ruth for allowing me to be a guest speaker once again for the Herstory Circle Summit. Hello everyone. My name is Coach Ashley Blanchard. I am a singer, songwriter, solo music artist, motivational speaker, activist, and advocate for mental health awareness. I am also the founder of the hashtag Love Yourself campaign for mental health awareness. I am also an author of 7 books. I am also a talk show host and a radio show host. All right, I do have my own business, and I am hosting my first national tour called the I Am Determined Tour. I
Looks like we're struggling to buffer her video. So please bear with us. These are the issues we have when we are doing things online. I might just try and find the video on my computer, Ruth, and play it from my computer instead.
Grace and peace and blessings be unto you. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I want to show my gratitude and my thanks. I read to Sister Gertrude and Sister Ruth for allowing.
So just in case we have the same issue, I'm going to reshare the video as a video. I think it might work a little bit better than trying to do it on trying to share the YouTube video. Yeah, let me just locate it here. That's always going to be an issue when we are trying to buffer videos online. Oh, unfortunately, I can't do that. It's the wrong format. Okay, so we'll go back to YouTube and try that again. Technology is great when it works, Ruth.
Yeah, and it's a mess when it's a mess.
All right, let's give that another try.
allowing me to be a speaker once again for the Herstory Circle Summit once again this year. Once again, I want to thank Sister Gertrude and Sister Ruth for allowing me to be a guest speaker once again for the Herstory Circle Summit. Hello everyone. My name is Coach Ashley Blanchard. I am a singer, songwriter, solo music artist, motivational speaker, activist, and advocate for mental health awareness. I am also the founder of the hashtag Love Yourself campaign for mental health awareness. I am also an author of 7 books. I am also a talk show host and a radio show host. All right, I do have my own business and I am hosting my first national tour called the I Am Determined Tour. I recently became a coach and became certified as a coach last year in December, and I am originally from Brooklyn, New York, in the USA. Yes, I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, in the USA. On the last couple of times I was a guest speaker, the last couple of times that I was a guest speaker, I was sharing my story and my testimony about how I overcame a battle of mental health illness and a learning disability of a speech problem for 22 years. All right, in October of last year, I had shared the topic, and I encourage you that the chains are breaking. The chains are breaking. Every chain that has been holding you bondage, every chain that has been holding you trapped, is going to be broken in the name of Jesus. In November,
Same challenge, Ruth. So what we might do as a last attempt to play this video is, let me see if I can share it from my desktop instead. My sincere apologies, everybody, for this technical glitch. Technology is great when it works, but I tell you, when it goes wrong, there's very little you can do to...
of last year too as well. I also encourage you that your help is on the way, because when we read Psalms 121, it says, when I lift up my eyes unto the hills for which covered my help comes from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. All right, you got to understand that your help comes from God. Wherever you need God's got you. God has you in the palm of his hands. And so today's topic for this year, I want to encourage you that new mercies and new beginnings is going to happen for you. Okay, I'm going to say that again. For today's topic, I want to encourage you that new mercies and new beginnings is going to happen for you. And the scriptures that this topic is coming from is Lamentations chapter 3, verses 22 and 23, 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17, and Job chapter 8, verse 17. All right, so those are the scriptures that you can read throughout the week and when you have some time off. So today's topic that I'm going to talk about and to encourage you that new mercies and new beginnings is going to happen for you. When we look at these scriptures, Lamentations chapter 3, verses 22 and 23, and 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17, and Job chapter 8, verse 7, it lets us know that new mercies and new beginnings is going to happen. A fresh wind and a new move of God is going to happen for you. I'm going to say that again. A fresh wind and a new move of God is going to happen for you, and it's about to take place over your life. These scriptures also tells us that restoration is going to happen. All right, restoration is going to happen. Every dream, every goal, and every business, and every ministry, every career, all right, that you thought it was lost, is going to be restored, and it's going to come back to you. Always know that we serve a God that is faithful.
I think to honor Ashley's presentation, I'm going to pause the video and we will play it later. There's definitely something going wrong here with the quality of the download of her video on YouTube. And I'm hoping that we don't have the same problems with the next one. So who do we have next, Ruth? I'll see if I can solve Ashley's problem. I think I've got a way of converting her video file. Who can
Okay.
we put on next while I do
We've
that?
got Dorothy Kadzikano. Dorothy is based in the UK.
Want to read her bio?
Yes, hold on. You know, when technology just messes you up.
Yes. Tell me about it. Today we are having a few technological issues here.
So
We've had a good
it's
run
like,
so far, but yeah, it's caught up with us.
it's like, oh, this is not happening, but it is happening.
Quite interesting. We've had a good run these last 2 days.
Yes, it's been good, but for me, the network still is an issue. But
Yeah, you've had a bit of a rough time, my friend.
yeah, it's been crazy. It's been
All right. So have you
crazy.
got Dorothy's bio, or shall I read it?
Okay, maybe please read it because I'm.
Okay. So Dorothy is coming to us all the way from the UK. A quick overview of her life. She's had 29 years post-qualification experience in child protection, extensive statutory work experience in child protection and adult safeguarding, monitoring and evaluation of humanitarian and development programs that are child-focused. Her education is a Master of Business Administration from the University of Zimbabwe, a Bachelor of Social Work, and a Diploma in Social Work from the University of Zimbabwe as well. I know that she's a mother of 3, 1 daughter and 2 sons. So Dorothy, thank you for being a part of our movement, being here to share your amazing story. And I'm praying that I don't have the same technical issues I've had with the other videos this morning, but we'll give this a go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Herstory TV and the Herstory podcast. This is Gertrude Macha here in beautiful Melbourne, Australia. And today I am graced with the presence of yet another amazing woman. Welcome to our tribe. Please tell everybody your full name, where you are based, how old you are, and share your story with us today.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Hello, hello. My name is Dorothy Kadzikano. I'm 54 years old. I'm living in the United Kingdom.
So where does your story begin, Dorothy?
My story begins when I was working on a research. I remember it was a youth investment case. We were doing a cost-benefit analysis for investing in young people. I found myself in a place in Kai, Sobumane, in Zimbabwe. I was interviewing this family. We were having a focus group discussion. And I noticed that there were no young people in that home. There were only much older people. And when I asked where the children were, where the younger people were, in fact, there were old people and the little one, toddlers. There were no young people. So I asked where the young people were. And I was told that the boys are either in Cholocho or Plumtree, working there. And the girls were either in the business center in Kai or in Bulawayo or Gwanda or somewhere. I asked why
Welcome back, everybody. I guess things are not working in our favor today, Ruth. We dropped out completely there. Have no
Yes.
idea what went wrong. I just found my screen going blank when we were in the middle of Dorothy's presentation.
Yeah.
So,
What's happening?
interesting stuff. Energetically, something is not going right. So, we'll try that again. We'll try
Okay.
Dorothy's presentation again. This is Gertrude Mache here in beautiful Melbourne, Australia. And today I am graced with the presence of yet another amazing woman. Welcome to our tribe. Please tell everybody your full name, where you are based, how old you are, and share your story with us today.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Hello, hello. My name is Dorothy Kadzikano. I'm 54 years old. I'm living in the United Kingdom.
So where does your story begin, Dorothy?
My story begins when I was working on a research. I remember it was a youth investment case. We were doing a cost-benefit analysis for investing in young people. I found myself in a place in Kai, Sobumane, in Zimbabwe. I was interviewing this family. We were having a focus group discussion. And I noticed that there were no young people in that home. There were only much older people. And when I asked where the children were, where the younger people were, in fact, there were old people and the little one, toddlers. There were no young people. So I asked where the young people were. And I was told that the boys are either in Cholocho or Plumtree, working there. And the girls were either in the business center in Kai or in Bulawayo or Gwanda or somewhere. I asked why that was. Why is it that the young people had gone out there, because I had gathered that their ages were ranging from around 12 to 18, 20. Those were children that were supposed to be in school, but they were not in school. And I was told that it's because they are not in school, they are out of school. And the reasons why they were out of school is because most of them had not proceeded to grade 7. And that was because they had not written their grade 7 examinations, which were going to allow them to proceed to Form 1. When I asked further, I then found out that these children did not have birth certificates. That is why they had not proceeded to write their grade 7 examinations. And on asking further why that was so, I discovered that these were children that had been affected by Gukurahundi in the early 80s. It's because the deaths of their grandfathers had never been acknowledged as having been caused by Gukurahundi. So because of that, those people never got death certificates. And because they didn't have death certificates, they couldn't, the surviving spouses or the children could not get birth certificates for their children. So I realized in that home that there were 4 generations of people, and 3 of those generations did not have birth registration. I was led to 3 other homes with a similar situation. The children there did not have birth registration, and because of that, they couldn't proceed to write grade 7 examinations and therefore go on to Form 1. So that touched me in a profound way because I was thinking, how many more children are experiencing this. I went to interview an official at the birth registration office, and they knew that this was the situation, but there wasn't much that they could do, because in any case, the children had left their homes and they had scattered around the neighboring districts. And it turned out that the boys were herding cattle in Cholocho or, Gwanda or wherever they could find work. And the girls ended up either in the business center, prostituting, or they ended up in people's homes being exploited for cheap labor. They were working in people's homes, earning very little. The boys, I was told, were earning around 50 Rand a month.
Can you quantify that in US dollars?
In US dollars at the time, I don't quite remember, but I think at the time it was equivalent to $5, $5
a month.
A month, yes.
That's so sad.
$5 a month, because they would be given 50 Rand a month, which is equivalent to $5 a month, and they would be given food and accommodation. And that was all that they got from that employment or that work. And for me, it became, a task. I just believed it was something that I could contribute to solving. So I started looking out for girls and boys who had dropped out of school and find out why they dropped out of school. And I found that a number of them had dropped out at grade 7 because, one, they didn't have birth certificates. The other reason was that they just did not have money to proceed because their parents were unemployed and they were poor. And even though they lived in the rural areas, they didn't have, even enough to sell. They didn't have cattle, they didn't have goats, chickens to sell. When we were growing up, our parents would sell things for us to go to school. They would sell things for their children, for them to go to school. But these particular families didn't have anything. And it became, the norm that, when a child gets to grade 7, if they can't write their grade 7 examinations, they go and look for work elsewhere. And this work usually was either herding cattle or being a housemaid. And at some point, I was doing another research on the determinants of child marriages, and I was in Cholocho. So I was interviewing this family, and they were saying one of the reasons that their girls get pregnant is because there are so many boys from Gai and the neighboring districts who come to look for work, and they are idle. And they're the ones that lure their girls and make them pregnant. And on, asking further, I discovered that it's the same boys who come to herd cattle. They come to herd cattle in Cholocho, and they find themselves in a situation where they are having these relationships with girls, younger girls sometimes, and they end up impregnating them. So
it's like a vicious cycle of poverty.
It became a vicious cycle, where the boys leave home to find greener pastures. And by the way, they had, role models in a way, because in Cholocho or Plumtree, we find that there are boys and girls who aspire to go to South Africa or Botswana for jobs, because they don't have jobs in the country, because they haven't gone ahead with their education for various reasons. So these boys, when they come back home, they look fancy because some of them have nice things. They have money to splash around. They're buying drinks, beer, and things like that. And these boys, they're thinking that when I grow up, I'll also go to South Africa. I'll also go to Botswana and find work. And there's that vicious cycle that we needed to break. And that is why in 2014, I started working with children, that are vulnerable. I started in my home, in my own home, receiving children that needed that kind of mission. I would identify them, and some of them would actually be led to me by, people who know the kind of work that I do. And if I discover that a child doesn't have a birth certificate, I would facilitate for that child to get birth registration through various organizations, refer them so that they get birth registration, and then link them up or actually find a sponsor for them to go back to school. So I've been doing this since 2014 in a very small way. And to date, I think I have assisted over 400 children to either go back to school or to get birth registration so that they can get to a formal institution and get some skills training, or for younger ones, go back to school. So this is why I'm thinking that this work is so important, because we are bridging the gaps. We are being the bridges for these children so that they don't slide back to poverty. They move forward with their lives enlightened, having gone back to school or having gone back to get some kind of skill that can help them with self-reliance for their families, because all they have seen growing up is their families just living in one home and doing the same mundane things, subsistence farming, and they don't go anywhere. So they didn't have role models. These children didn't have role models who have gone out there and done something for themselves and come back home to invest so that the life of the children and everyone else is better.
Wow. It sounds to me like there's a lot of work that needs to be done. A few months ago, I did an episode on child brides in Zimbabwe, the level at which young girls are being married off age 11, 12, 13. And it's because of this poverty trap where it's a cycle.
Yeah, we have that cycle, but sometimes I don't think it's because of poverty, Gertrude. The issue of child marriages, I think there are so many determinants. Poverty may be, in my view, may be an indirect cause, because you find there are still, people will have money to pay bride price for a young child. They have the money to pay that. So sometimes it's not poverty. Sometimes it's just, I think, a practice that has been allowed to go on to exploit girls, to exploit young girls, to get into marriage. And I don't even call this marriage, because it's really not marriage for this girl.
No, it's almost like
enslavement.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's enslavement. It's another form of enslavement, because this girl is not being given an opportunity to choose what they want.
Yeah, what they want.
They're not being given an opportunity to go ahead with their education. They're not even being given an opportunity to be a child.
Yes.
And to experience, the joys of childhood. At 14, 15, 16, some men out there is looking at this girl and seeing a wife. So sometimes it's really, in my view, not poverty. Poverty does play a part, but I think it's a mindset and it's a practice that has been allowed to, perpetuate without, us looking at it deeply and condemning it, and actually empowering our girls with skills, with education, with, knowledge that their bodies are not supposed to be, their bodies are sacred. They're not supposed to just let anyone play around with them. But at the same time, I think it's a question of also empowering, people like us. We are parents right now, and a lot of women need to be empowered to protect their children, to protect their girls, by empowering them so that they don't give them away to marriage, so that their girls don't think that marriage is arriving. Yeah. Because for a lot of these girls, marriage is their thing. When you get married, you have arrived. But as we know, that's not the case.
No, it's not. It's not. So what could be the solutions to this issue, do you think? Give us 3 things that you've seen that we as a society can do to change these practices in our communities.
Well, for me, the one that I've been using and the one that I think works is keeping girls in school.
Yeah.
Keep school going age children in school. And this applies to both boys and girls. It applies to boys and girls, because for girls, we usually see it because the girls get pregnant.
Yes.
But boys
are being abused just as much.
They're just as abused as girls. And boys who are out of school also get into other illicit behaviors. They get into, drugs and alcohol abuse. And they waste their lives that way. So for me, the most important one is keeping school age girls and boys in school. And when they are in school and they are allowed to be in school for as long as it is possible, they are allowed to grow, both in stature and in their minds. Yes. They grow. And they get to an age where they are able to make informed decisions.
And they're mature enough to make decisions for themselves.
Mature to make informed decisions. And the second one is to empower these girls and boys with information about life skills. Give them life skills. Talk to them about growing up. Talk to them about their body integrity. Talk to them about life, because a lot of times, there is so much going on around the lives of these children that we forget to engage them. Parents forget to engage their children in order to bring up a rounded child who knows their worth, who knows that they can grow up and be what and who they want to be. And when they are ready to get into relationships, they will get into relationships. Yeah. But let us help them grow up. Let us help them get skills. Let us empower them so that we don't have a repeat of what I saw in Guy.
So what can people do to help and support you at this cause? There's so many of us Zimbabweans who are in the diaspora. We're in different countries. I'm in Australia. You're in the UK. What can people do to help?
Right now we are supporting vulnerable children. We started off with double orphans, and we went on to any vulnerable child or a child that has dropped out of school for any reason. Any reason, not just orphanhood. A child that drops out of school is a vulnerable child. So my mission is to make sure that every child goes to school when they need to be in school. And every child or young parent who has dropped out of school needs to be supported to go back to school. So as it stands, I'm looking for sponsors because we have so many children. And very little resources. We have so many children that are out of school and really would like to go back to school. So if I could get support for my team and myself to get these children get these children back to school, that will be a great help.
Let's quantify it. How much would you need to, say, send a child to primary school and send a child to high school? What is that amount in US dollars or in pounds?
Okay, for a child, so far we've been supporting children in public schools. And for a child in a public school, the average fees that we paid, for instance, this term was 35 US dollars a term.
Okay.
For school fees only.
Right.
And for uniforms, it ranged around 18 to 25 US dollars. And for, like for girls, we also, have a sanitary pack.
Yes.
And that cost around 5 US dollars.
Okay.
For the girl,
Yeah.
for the term. Because you're talking about pads, that costs anything between 90 cents and $1.20 or thereabouts. So we paid it at $5 a term for the girl.
Yeah.
Yes. And we are moving away from, disposable pads.
Yeah, the reusable pads are more sustainable.
Yes, which are more sustainable, but only hygienic when we have water.
So
when we
water
have
is an issue.
Water also is an issue because you cannot rely on reusable pads if you don't have a continuous supply of water. So we are doing this in stages. I'm part of an alumni group of girls, and we are supporting girls in our former high school.
Right.
With menstrual health and hygiene. So what we have done is we have trained a few women in making these reusable pads.
Okay.
And this is meant to be a pilot. We are piloting it. It's meant to be a project that will assist the girls to stay in school even when they are having their menses. Because what has been happening, the information that I received during my small research was that the girls don't go to school when they're having their period.
Yeah.
Or if a girl stains, and has their period when they're in school, they have to be sent home because they don't have adequate sanitary wear to be coming to school and attending school. So we want to stop that and break that. That is why we have trained these ladies to make the pads so that they can supply the girls in the primary school.
Yeah.
And in future, make this an income generating project.
Yes, like
for
a
the
cooperative.
community. Yes, it's like a small cooperative. In fact, we've asked them to organize themselves so that they can, make this a mini business. And who knows, they may actually be making, reusable sanitary wear for a market, a bigger market.
The market is definitely there.
Because the market is there, and we just need to, look at what we can do and just do it.
Yeah.
And, alongside that, we are looking at building or putting up a shower room, a washroom for the girls in the school.
Okay.
So that if a girl, for any reason, needs to refresh, they can refresh anytime at school. So we have these two projects, the pad making project and the shower room or washroom construction project. This is a room that will have a shower, it will have a basin, where the girls can wash their whatever they need to wash, and they can have a shower if they need to. They can have a wash if they need to while they're in school. Instead of having girls missing 3 to 5 days because they're having menses.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it sounds like there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So how can people get in touch with you? Your email?
At the moment, my email is dkadzikano@gmail.com or gkadzikano22@gmail.com.
Okay.
And
excellent.
Yes, and my phone number is +44 7366 563 423.
Okay, excellent. I'll definitely make sure that I display your phone number and your emails when I edit this video so people can get access to you. But thank you so much for the work that you're doing for the children of Zimbabwe. You know, it's when I meet women like you who have a heart like mine, who want to go back to their communities to do whatever little we can. I think from the outside, we can do so much than when we were back home. So thank you so much for joining us and sharing your story and shining light on an issue that really needs to be addressed. So don't give up. We are here with you in spirit. We're happy that you're part of our community now. You'll be one of our speakers for the Herstory Online Summit for International Women's Month. So please, everybody, tune in. Dorothy will be back with yet another amazing story. In the meantime, have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And Dorothy, thank you again for this interview.
Thank you very much, Gertrude, for having me.
Bye for now, everybody.
Bye.
Wow. Now, Ruth, you know that we're back.
Hi. Yes,
So that is a subject, Ruth, you and I, that's very, very close to our hearts. It was a very insightful interview because she kind of highlighted to me other issues that I wasn't aware of. You know, in the Western world, people talk about human trafficking, the selling of human beings. In Africa, we're doing it in a way, but disguised as marriage, child marriage, where there are people who are wealthy enough, they can afford to go and buy another human being and pay what's called a bride price. You know, she mentioned that the determinants of child marriage, there's multiple things at play. And poverty is an indirect cause of child marriage. But I think there are pedophiles, people who are taking advantage of young girls, using tradition as an excuse to purchase another human being and literally enslave them for the rest of their lives. So Dorothy, thank you for shining that light and just reflecting back to us the work that we still need to do to make sure that every young girl gets an opportunity to be a child. Sorry, Ruth.
Yes, and she spoke about the issue in Matebeleland where there's a certain age that's missing because they've gone to work for money. It's the teenagers that have left their homes and gone to work in the different parts of the country just so that they can look after their younger siblings or their old grandmothers. And that, because of that historic Gukrawundi that happened in Matebeleland. And what's amazing is the work that she did in terms of registering those children into the system and birth registration. Because if you don't have an identity card or if you don't have a birth certificate, then you are just a face. You are not in the system. If anything happens to you, nobody knows where you are or who you are. So amazing work that she did there in the southern part of the country. Well done, Dorothy. And obviously she talks about the girl child.
Do us a favor, Ruth, and just explain to people what Gukrawundi was, because this is part of our history that is not talked about a lot. It was genocide. A whole lot of people were killed. They are buried in unmarked graves, and our government has never really acknowledged what happened there. Can you just put it into context so people understand the atrocities that took part?
So it was after the independence of the country, and where we had the two main opposition parties. There was the ZANU-PF and the ZIPRA which the Zipra was more aligned to the southern part of the country than Debeles, and ZANU-PF was more aligned to the Shonas, or the northern part of the country. So there was obviously a power play and power struggle because the president of the country was Shona. And I think there were certain issues that were not agreed on. So there was a group in the southern part of the country that was destabilizing the country, or they were still protesting on the agreements or the negotiations that were supposed to happen between these two parties. And then the government sent the army into the area and killed a lot of people. So in a nutshell, it was a genocide in that area where people were killed, all different ages, but especially the adult men and the adult women. And so what was left is, or what were left were the older people and the very young children that were left. Hence, there's a gap in terms of parenting. Some children don't have parents. They don't have anyone to pay for their fees, and they don't have the birth certificates, or they're not registered in the system as part of the population. So that was very sad, very tragic. And like Gertrude said, it hasn't been acknowledged per se, but I know that the current government or the current president has been meeting with the leaders in the South, supposed to apologize and try and make things right, whatever right is after such a great loss. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's a real problem, a real problem that needs to really be addressed, and it just hasn't been addressed up until now. So Dorothy, thank you. I know you will be joining us again a bit later in the
Yes.
summit. I think she said towards the end of the month on a weekend when you're not at
Yes.
work. We would love to have you come on live and again expand and share the work that you're doing, the history that we need to address. I think it's important for us to have these conversations.
It is.
So I managed to get Ashley's video
Play?
converted from the format that's working. So I now have it in a format where it will play. So we're going to try Ashley one more time. Okay, here we go.
Peace and blessings be unto you. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I want to show my gratitude and my thanks to Sister Gertrude and Sister Ruth for allowing me to be a speaker once again for the Herstory Circle Summit once again this year. Once again, I want to thank Sister Gertrude and Sister Ruth for allowing me to be a guest speaker once again for the Herstory Circle Summit. Hello everyone. My name is Coach Ashley Blanchard. I am a singer, songwriter, solo music artist, motivational speaker, activist, and advocate for mental health awareness. I am also the founder of the hashtag Love Yourself campaign for mental health awareness. I am also an author of 7 books. I am also a talk show host and a radio show host. All right, I do have my own business, and I am hosting my first national tour called the I Am Determined Tour. I recently became a coach and became certified as a coach last year in December, and I am originally from Brooklyn, New York, in the USA. Yes, I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, in the USA. On the last couple of times I was a guest speaker, the last couple of times that I was a guest speaker, I was sharing my story and my testimony about how I overcame a battle of mental health illness and a learning disability of a speech problem for 22 years. All right, in October of last year, I had shared the topic, and I encourage you that the chains are breaking. The chains are breaking. Every chain that has been holding you bondage, every chain that has been holding you trapped is going to be broken in the name of Jesus. In November of last year too as well, I also encourage you that your help is on the way, because when we read Psalms 121, it says, when I lift up my eyes unto the hills, for which cover my help come from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. All right, you got to understand that your help comes from God. Wherever you need, God's got you. God has you in the palm of his hands. And so today's topic for this year, I want to encourage you that new mercies and new beginnings is going to happen for you. Okay, I'm going to say that again. For today's topic, I'm going to encourage you that new mercies and new beginnings is going to happen for you. And the scriptures that this topic is coming from is Lamentations chapter 3 verses 22 and 23, 2 Corinthians chapter 5 verse 17, and Job chapter 8 verse 17. All right, so those are the scriptures that you can read throughout the week and when you have some time off. So today's topic that I'm going to talk about and to encourage you that new mercies and new beginnings is going to happen for you. When we look at these scriptures, Lamentations chapter 3 verses 22 and 23, and 2 Corinthians chapter 5 verse 17, and Job chapter 8 verse 7, it lets us know that new mercies and new beginnings is going to happen. A fresh wind and a new move of God is going to happen for you. I'm going to say that again. A fresh wind and a new move of God is going to happen for you, and it's about to take place over your life. These scriptures also tells us that restoration is going to happen. All right, restoration is going to happen. Every dream, every goal, and every business, and every ministry, every career, all right, that you thought it was lost, is going to be restored, and it's going to come back to you greater, bigger, and better than ever. Always know that we serve a God that is faithful and is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all acts. I'm going to say that again. We'll always know that we serve a God that is faithful and that is able, all right, to do exceedingly abundantly above all acts. Point number one, all right, point number one. Put this in the comments. If you're watching this, put this in the comments right now, or I'll write this down. Point number one, new mercies is happening for you. And Lamentations chapter 3 verses 22 and 23, it says that it is of the Lord's mercies that we are not consumed, because his compassions fail not. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. I'm going to say that again. In Lamentations chapter 3 verses 22 and 23, it says that it is of the Lord's mercies that we are not consumed, because his compassions fail not. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. This verse means that the mercies are new every morning. This verse means that new mercies are new every morning. New mercies is about to take over your life. It reminds me of a song, Great is thy faithfulness. The song says, great is thy faithfulness, great is thy faithfulness. And then it goes on to say, morning by morning new mercies I see. All I have needed, thy hand hath provided. Great is thy faithfulness, Lord, unto me. It means that new mercies are here every morning. It also says in the songs that thy hand had provided. It means that God always provides new mercies every day. Always know that we serve a God that is a provider. God is going to provide you with new mercies and new beginnings. He's also going to provide you, all right, with giant and greater leaps towards your destiny, dreams, goals, businesses, and ministries that you have. God is going to provide and bless you with open doors and open opportunities for you. Point number two, write this down and put this in the comments. New beginnings is going to happen for you. New beginnings is going to happen for you. It mentions in 2 Corinthians chapter 5 verses 17. It says that, therefore, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. All things are passed away. Behold, all things are new. This scripture means that anyone that is in Christ. This scripture means that anyone that is in Christ is a new creature. All things are new. All things are made new. The old things are being pushed away and you have been made whole. Your life is fresh and new. You are not the same. You have been changed. All right. You are better and more stronger and you have more faith and you are a better person than you was before. You are a brand new person and your slate has been wiped clean. You don't talk, you don't walk and talk or act like you used to. It means that you are walking into a new season of new beginnings. No more dealing with the negative things from your past. No more staying stuck in that negative pit. No longer you'll be walking in possibility. You'll be walking in your purpose. I'm telling you, God is doing a new thing in your life. God is doing a new thing in your life. Yes, things might get hard. Yes, things might get tough. Yes, things might get rough sometimes, but always know that God is going to make a way for you. Always know that God is going to restore you. Every dream and goal that you have, that you thought it might fail, that you thought that might be lost, okay, God is going to restore it. God is supplying and restoring everything that you have lost. Already, it's going to supply to you 7 times greater and bigger and better than ever. I'm telling you, great things is about to happen for you. Great things is about to happen for you. Greater and bigger things is about to happen for you. God has placed a greater calling in your life. Don't let any negative things from your past, don't let any negative words or negative comments stop you from being the anointed man and woman of God that God has called you to be. I'm telling you, God is doing a great thing in your life. God is shifting you to a greater position. God is shifting you to a greater promotion that you have for your job, that you have for your business, that you have for your career, that you have for your ministry. Keep on walking into your winning season. Keep on walking into your season of greatness. Keep on walking in your healing. Keep on walking in your deliverance. Keep on walking already to the greater calling that God has placed on your life. All right, God has called you. God has chosen you. Yes, I know there's been some days already that you have been crying. I know this has been some days that you've been worrying. You've been paced back and forth, but I want to encourage you that new mercies and new beginnings are happening for you. No longer you will stay the negative. No longer you will stay stuck in the negative things from your past. Your slate has been wiped clean, has been wiped clean. You are a new creature. Any man that's in Christ is a new creature. Any man that is in Christ, it is a new creature. You got to understand, all right, that God is doing a new thing in your life. New mercies, new beginnings. Miracle blessing overflows. Miracle signs and wonders about to happen for you. Anything that the bullies and naysayers has told you, everything that the devil has told you is nothing but a lie. You got to encourage yourself every morning when you wake up and when you look yourself in the mirror. You got to encourage yourself, all right, that you're better than you was before, that you're stronger than you was before, all right, than you was before. You're stronger and better than you was before. You are healed. You are delivered. You are restored. Restoration, acceleration is about to happen for you. Giant and greater leaps towards your destiny, your dreams, and your goals is about to happen for you. You got to understand. You got to understand. All right, that morning by morning, new mercies that we see. You don't walk and talk like you used to. It also means that you walk into a new season of new beginnings. No more dealing with the negative things from your past. No more being stuck in situations that's been holding you back. That has been holding you captured. That has been holding you trapped. Just like in October, I encourage you that the chains are breaking. Every chain that has been holding you bondage, every chain that has been holding you trapped, every chain that has been holding you captive is going to be broken. It's going to be broken. And it's not going to stop you from reaching the new beginnings and the new mercies that God has for you. It's not going to stop you from reaching the great things that God has for you and that He's doing in your life. I'm going to say that again. It also means that you're walking into a new season of freshness, newness. Fresh things and new things is about to come and it's about to hit your life and it's going to happen for you. You can move forward towards your future and focus on your dreams and your goals. You can also move forward. Hallelujah. You can also move forward to your future and focusing on your dreams and your goals that you have. You can also focusing on the greater calling of God, all right, that God has for you and that He has placed over your life. Point number 3, get ready to receive your breakthrough. Because when we look at Job chapter 8, verse 7, it says that though the beginning was small, though thy beginning was small, yet thy latter end shall be greatly increased. This means that even though you were going through so many obstacles, so many issues, so many trials and tribulations, so many troubles, all right, in your life, so many issues in your life. I know there's been some days, or when you were crying, like I mentioned this earlier, you were crying, you were pacing back and forth, you were questioning, all right, everything, all right, what was going on, what was happening, why you in the situation that you were in, why you going through so many issues, why you going through so many struggles, why you going through so many trials. You've been wondering if God hears your prayers, if God is answering your prayers. You've been wondering, all right, why I am stuck in this situation. You've been questioning, where's your miracle gonna come? Where's your blessings gonna come? When's your breakthrough gonna come? All right, you've been wondering, all right, why is this happening for you? Why is this happening to you? But I always say that everything that you went through, every negative thing, every trial, every tribulation, every struggle, every obstacle, all right, that you've been through was nothing but a setback, because God has a greater comeback for you. I'm going to say that again. All right, everything that you went through was nothing but a setback, because God has a greater comeback for you. Everything, all right, is working out for your good, and it's working in your favor. Y'all did not hear that. Y'all did not hear that. Y'all did not hear that. I want you to put this in the comments. Everything is turning things around for your good, and it's working in your favor. Yes, it is. Like this song says, late in the midnight hour, God is going to turn it around, and it's working out for your good. It's going to work in your favor. Yes, it is. Just put in the comments that new mercies and new beginnings is happening for you. A fresh start is happening for you. Miracle blessings is about to happen for you. Get ready, because your harvest is going to be plentiful. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. This verse means, all right, Job chapter 8 verses 7 means that even though you were going through so many obstacles, trials and tribulations, so many issues, but get ready to receive your breakthrough. Get ready, because your latter days is going to be greater. Greater things is going to happen for you. Your breakthrough is coming, and it's going to take place over your life. And not only it's going to take place over your life. And not only it's going to happen for you, but it's also going to happen for your family. It's going to happen for your children. It's going to happen for your families, your church families, your pastors, apostles, bishops. It's going to happen at your job. It's going to happen in your relationship. It's going to happen for your marriages, your career, for your business, for your ministry, your finances. Your financial breakthrough is coming. Your healing is coming. Your deliverance is coming. Miracle signs and wonders is coming. Miracle blessing overflows is coming. All right, your breakthrough is here. Restoration is here. Your healing is here. It's here. It's here. New mercies and new beginnings is here. A fresh start is here. Fresh things, new things is here. It's here. Success is here. Successful ministries, successful businesses, successful dreams, goals, and dreams and goals. Careers successful. Success is here. It's here. It's here. It's here. It's here. Your financial breakthrough is coming, and it's going to happen. It's here. Your financial breakthrough is here. Your financial blessing is here. You will not stay stuck in that negative pit. You will not stay stuck in that situation. You will not stay stuck in that issue. Because Psalms 23 verse 4 says, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, because the Lord is with you. God has you in the palm of his hands. God did not give you the spirit of fear, but power, love, and sound mind. Psalms 27 verse 1, the Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Who shall I be afraid? Don't you fear. Don't you worry. Don't you quit. Don't you give up. Because God is with you. He is with you. He's with you. He's going to bring you out of that situation. He's going to bring you out of that trial. He's going to bring you out of that obstacle. He's going to bring you out of that situation. Yes, he is. He's going to bring you out. And you will break free from that situation. Yes, you are. So get ready, because new mercies and new beginnings is about to happen for you. Just always know that new mercies and new beginnings is going to happen for you. Just encourage yourself every day. All right, I will not stay stuck from the negative. I will not stay stuck in the negative things in my past. Because new mercies and new beginnings is about to happen for you once again. I want to thank you. I want to thank you. Thank you so much, Sister Gertrude, Sister Ruth, for allowing me to be a speaker again for the Herstory Circle Summit. All right. All right. Always encourage yourself every day that new mercies and new beginnings is about to happen for you. All right. Take care. Stay blessed.
Wow. 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 Ashley, it's like you are speaking directly into my heart this morning. Thank you for that powerful inspiration. Sometimes we are on the road to achieving great goals, to manifesting big visions. And somewhere along the way, we start to doubt, we start to fear, we start to think, am I going the right way? Your presentation today has touched me on so many levels, and Ruth will tell you, Ruth knows exactly where I am with this. It's like you were talking directly into my soul and just
Yeah.
telling me to hold on to the vision. Big things are coming. I needed to hear that today. Thank you so much. You are a blessing to our community. Wow.
Thank you.
Miss
Thank
Ruth,
you.
what
Thank
do you
you.
have to give Ashley as feedback?
What a powerful word of encouragement. I was just like, wow, wow. And I know what Gertrude is saying. Like it's a word in time, you know. It's a very timely word for her and for me as well. And that
Yes,
encouragement of just knowing that God is God, that's all we need to do is just depend on Him, trust Him. New messes every day, new messes. That was awesome. I love it. I always love it when you come and you passionately deliver this word of encouragement or deliver some inspirational message. It just blesses me all the time. Thank you so much for being part of our tribe and for coming on this Women's Month summit. Thank you so much.
so, how are you today, Ashley? Tell us what you are feeling, where you are. Just tell everybody again where you're based in the world so people can get to know you.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Coach Ashley Blanchard. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, but I'm residing here now in Westchester County in Elmswood, New York, in the USA. As you know, I am a singer, songwriter, solo music artist, motivational speaker, activist, and advocate for mental health awareness. I am also an author of 10 books now because there's 3 more books, are in the works. So I'm totally excited for that. I do have my own business, and I am a talk show host and a radio show host too as well. I recently became certified as a coach of last year in December in 2021, and so I'm a business coach now, and I am hosting my first national tour called the I Am Determined Tour. And so I'm doing the work of the Lord and just focusing on the greater calling that God has placed over my life.
Absolute blessing to have you as part of our community. Where does that energy come from, Ashley? There is something that is
Um,
working through you to touch so many people's lives. Where does that come from? Tell me a little bit about how you
it's
found
just the
that
whole
part of yourself.
just the Holy Spirit, God, is nothing but God. So much I've been through, so much I had to endure. It was nothing but the grace of God. I just can feel the Holy Spirit come through me. It's like the anointing of the Lord, and I'm just using it to encourage other people and to encourage others, and help them, feel more motivated and feel inspired.
Yeah, you truly have a gift and you are using it in such a beautiful and unique way. So we feel really blessed that we are on this journey with you, and we want you to keep coming back and just put that fire in our hearts to toe the line, hold on to the vision, and to keep going. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
Fantastic.
you so much. Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So Ruth, who do we have next? And actually, please stay with us. We'd love you to be part of the panel. If you have the time to hang out with us and give feedback to the other authors and speakers, please stay online with us, and you'll be part of our panel for as long as we can, okay? Thank you. Miss
So
Ruth, tell me who's next so I can line up.
Josephine Murphy and
a bit of a
Jocelyn
delay.
Alexandra. Maybe let me take off my...
So these two young women, do you want to read the bio? We got the bio from Josephine because she is the CEO of their nonprofit. So read that first and then their mission statement.
I don't have it in the program.
It's there. If you click on Alexandra, the name Alexandra, it will pop up.
Okay.
You see it?
No.
If you don't, I'll do it from here. Okay, I'll do it from here. So Josephine Murphy is the founder of Shelter Them, a nonprofit organization based in Canada with a vision to help children in Rwanda become independent adults through their families and community. For almost 20 years, she says, I helped hundreds of children through difficult projects, one of them being education. I'm a motivational keynote speaker, born in poverty in a small village in Mushiha, Burundi. I know firsthand what it takes to rise from the ashes and begin a new life. I'm a Canadian education sector as an alternative format transcriber for the visually impaired students in Ontario. I produce Braille and e-text materials, and I'm the author of an upcoming book, Surviving to Thriving, through her publisher, Raymond Arnold, New York Times bestseller author. I've shared my story with different medias, TV and radio shows, such as CTS, 100 Huntley Street, CBS, and Rogers. And she has been across the country, mostly in Newfoundland, where she's spoken to many people from different organizations, churches, and schools. I've been humbly honored and recognized multiple times for the different local and international organizations for my leadership and community involvement. In life, no condition is permanent. Every circumstance, good or bad, gives us an opportunity to embrace change and growth. She says, Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change you want to see in the world. I have two children, Abby and Josh, who are the loves of my life, and I've made my mission to live initially in every area of their lives, and I want the world to be a better place because of my contribution. Now, the mission statement that they have on their website on the Shelter Them Rwanda mission is to empower vulnerable and underprivileged children in Rwanda by first ensuring that they are integrated in an environment where their basic growth and development needs are met, and by then providing them and their families with tools and resources they need for the children to get a bright and independent future. So thank you, ladies. It was a real weird coincidence that led me on a path to meet you. I had been interviewing another Canadian speaker, and he said to me, "Do you know Josephine and Joycelyn?" And I didn't know anything about you. I went online, I did my research about you, and I was just blown away with what you are doing in the world. So we'll watch your video and we will have a bit of a discussion afterwards. Thank you for being a part of our tribe. This is Gertrude Macha here in beautiful Melbourne, Australia. And today I am graced with the presence of two amazing young women, a double blessing for us and to our community. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our tribe. Please tell everybody your full names, where you're based, how old you are, and share your stories with us today.
Okay, I'm starting. It's Josephine Murphy. I am in Canada. I am 44 years old, and I have a twin sister online who's going to share very identical information right now.
Yeah, of course. And thanks, Josephine. She always speaks first because she's 3 minutes older. So big sister, yay. Anyways, my name is Jocelyn Alexander. I live in Canada, in Ontario. And I just love Canada. It's such a beautiful country. And I'm 40 to be 45 in June. As Josephine said, we're twins. There you go. Our secrets are out.
Fantastic. Now, you girls have an amazing story. Tell us originally where you're from, how you ended up in Canada.
Born in the refugee village of Mushiha in Burundi, though we are Rwandans by nationality, and survived poverty, being refugees outside their country, and also gone through the horrific tragedy of 1994, genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda. Though we were in Burundi, it was identical political problems. So we survived death a couple of times or so, and raised by a beautiful mother who has a soul of helping people, and we caught up in that kindness, compassionate, and from there Jocelyn and I co-founded an organization operating in Rwanda to help children to become independent adults, and operating in 3 countries, Canada, US, and Rwanda, and that's our passion.
And you know, with that work we do, it's actually here in Canada base. We're all volunteer based, so it's a lot of work, combination of our families and our own jobs and the charity work. But Josephine always says it pays our hearts. Moving forward in the future, we're looking at, you know, work this full time so we can invest and see growth and thriving, to see more than 400 children of programs, about 400 children of programs since 2006. We started the organization. Again, she mentioned we're registered in Canada, in the United States, and locally in Rwanda. So we're really excited to see where things are now, where things are going. Big dreams, vision. You know, we just have we have the heart, but we're just we're blessed. We're blessed for sure.
So how did you two end up in Canada, of all places? You're far, far, far away from home.
I had a dream.
And there's French. Dream and French, and both, you know, I think attraction was Canada. They're bilingual, you know, we speak French because of our, you know, Rwanda colonized by Belgium. So definitely country, Canada was always on our hearts since we were little. I think 7 years old, and Josephine dreamed of going to Canada. So Joe, sorry I interrupted, but French was like, oh, français, c'est super.
Go super. Oui. Yeah, we came to Canada. We moved to Canada in '97, and we had a sister, and she supported us to go. And Rwanda was still very fragile from the war, and so the opportunity presented itself, and then we were blessed to be here. And of course, we did not forget home, because it is our root. It is who we are. So we're very, very proud to be both Canadians and Rwandans, Africans, for sure.
I'd be involved in both communities. It's wonderful. It's a blessing for sure.
Now, for a lot of African people who leave the continent, people want to forget where they're from. They find that the problems and the issues on the ground are way too big to handle on their own. And so we turn a blind eye to our communities, to the people who need us the most. I'm wanting to ask you this question so that if there is another person, man or woman of African descent, living in the diaspora somewhere, not knowing how they can go back and help, what 3 nuggets of wisdom would you give based on what's been your experience in creating this amazing organization?
For me, I would start first is connecting to the root. It is a foundation that drives you as a person and to adapt where you are. So our trip was a few years later. So we moved to Canada in 97. In 2005, we went back and we were reminded of who we really are. And that triggered something inside to want to reconnect with our people. And for that, bringing an opportunity of what you have learned, what you have gained in this country, Canada, and bring it back home was very easy for us to transition into reconnecting to our root and with confidence of what the perspective of the Western world, to bring it in a way that we have both perspective, African and Canadian. And now you are helping people not as in a Western person, but as an African person. So those two are really powerful skills that you can help your people, because now you have both worlds and you can help back home with that kind of knowledge.
Joycelyn, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, and the other thing I can add to Josephine, what she mentioned, is that I think the key, finding people locally in whatever country you're origin, Rwanda, for speaking to for myself, it's very important. So we connected with beautiful people. They have the same passion to help the children to become, you know, to have a choice of life. And then with that, it brought us a confidence and a trust, because operating, working, investing your time and money and effort to something that you're not there yourself, it's challenging. So I think if you have the heart to help overseas to where you're from originally, it is a must find and have people that you have the same understanding, the same passion, the same vision. Exactly. I think, again, it's having the heart, but having the people on the ground you trust that the work they're doing it right, and they're trustworthy. There's a trust must, because you're not in the same space. Exactly. I think that really worked, right, Josephine, beautifully with the heart of wanting to help, but who is there to help? This is important.
That's beautiful. So tell us a little bit about your organization, Shelter Them. What exactly do you do in Canada, in the US, in Rwanda? Just give us a picture of what your organization does.
So we have field work in Rwanda through sustainable projects. Education is big. We go from kindergarten to university, because our vision is to help children to become independent adults. That is the goal. So when you see a child, a 5-year-old on the street, or a child who is in a poor situation, automatically what Shelter Them is seeing, it's not helping them in the moment, it's seeing them graduating from university. That is the ultimate goal, until you branch off and become on your own. So the vision is to help children to become independent adults, and the only way to break this system poverty is to go through families and communities. So we work with the children and empower their families. Most of them are women, We know that. And so empower those women through social enterprises, cooperatives. We have farming, we have sewing, and then take the community and empower also the community with sustainable projects where they can become independent. So we have the field work in Rwanda, but all the funding come from Canada and US. And that's how we work. So we got the needs, we have the means, and we connect with one vision and the mission to end poverty, hopefully, in Rwanda and beyond, move to the next community, next country in Africa. But sustainability is our song.
I love that, because a lot of aid organizations don't have that sustainability model. A lot of organizations come into Africa and they put a band-aid on the issues. They focus on one thing. It's not holistic, not encompassing everything else. Rosalie, did you want to say something there? Just to add.
You know what I was writing? I just like what you just said. A lot of organizations, they put a band-aid, but you're not really going to the roots of the issue. So that's what is, in 2005, if I can go back at the first trip, the first thing we did, we were helping street kids doing a feeding program only. And they go back on the street. Sometimes a month later, you will not see this little girl. What happened to her? Yeah. So from that, we realized, like, why are the children on the street? Some of them, they had a mom, one mother. Mm-hmm. But they're just going because they're hungry, or they're just collecting some little, metal things to get some food. So the problem was the child is on the street, but let's find why. Yes. The reasons they may have maybe a relatives. So we went into the deep to see what is the problem.
The mass, not the tip.
Exactly. So we helped to structure these families that is broken, give them the tools and resources they need so they can go back and help the children. So that's right. It is. I was mentioning to a gentleman who mentioned a very important thing, that they supported an organization 5 years later. They went back. The organization, people who they helped, they were back exactly to zero.
Poor.
The money they spent on investing in these families and in the community, it was for nothing. So that's exactly what we're really trying to avoid.
Yeah. Now, I watched a video online of how you got the land where you built your center. Tell us a little bit about that. The Prime Minister had come to, your president had come to Canada.
Yeah.
You give me paint a picture. It was fascinating to watch how you did that.
Well, it's interesting because today I was working. Yes.
Josephine, before you go, can I excuse myself?
Okay, no, thank you for being here.
She's a big sister. She's actually the president of Shelter Them Canada. Okay. She runs a lot of work, and I'm a chair for Shelter Them in Rwanda. But I can promise you, she will give a good answer for you. I promise you. But we would like to catch up again when I have
the time. Oh, it was a pleasure meeting you. Thank you for popping in and being with us for a few minutes. I appreciate that.
Let's connect again.
All right.
Blessing.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, big sister back in the seat. Yeah, so the story about the president Kagame coming to Canada and how I ended up with the land is, it's funny, today I was working on a strategic plan for 2022-2025 for our projects, and strategically I did plan to speak to the president Kagame because I know he was coming, so I made sure I was sitting in the front row because I wanted to ask him for a land to build homes, because one of the projects we build homes for families, and I wanted to build a community, and we have farming there. We just built 100,000 or so community center where we have 90 children in the kindergarten. So I knew he was coming. I had a plan. And I got the opportunity. I was the last person to speak because I thought it was just a little crazy girl who, what do you want to say? You know, you got men in suits who are lawyers representing X, Y, and Z companies, and then I'm like, excuse me, I put my hands, you know, my both hands up, like, you need it. So people are, come on, you need to give her a word. She's been standing and dancing over. So at the end, they're like, okay. He was like, yeah, you let her speak. I'm like, praise God. And then I got the mic. I was like, Mr. President, you know, like Shelter Them has been sending hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to Rwanda to help children, but we're helping children renting homes for them because we had faster parenting systems because we did not want to do orphanages. That is definitely something I never wanted to do at all. It wasn't even an emergency help for me. It's no orphanages at all. So we will rent homes for the children, but the rent they were going up all the time, and we couldn't keep up with moving and rent. So I said, let's get a property. And us Canadian and Americans, how are we gonna raise money to buy a land to help the Rwandans?
Yes.
I'm gonna speak to the government to provide the land so we can help the Rwandans. So anyways, I got the word, say, can I get the land? He was like, yeah. Josephine, you can speak to the Minister of RDB, which the next, you know, lady next to me. And sure enough, and within months, we got our 5 acres land, and that's what we're building. We're building the work. And if we need more, we'll get more lands. But yes, my plan is to get more lands and change one community at a time. That's the plan.
I am going to definitely share a clip of that video with this interview, because you are like a sister from another mother, you know, just having that conviction, knowing that you had something to say and not being scared to say it. And you got what you wanted. You have to ask for what we want, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Absolutely fascinating. Now, you're planning for the future. If I could teleport you to the 100-year-old you, and you're sitting in your rocking chair surrounded by your children and your grandchildren and your family, and you could have a conversation with this amazing woman who has done so much to help the vulnerable in your community back home, what would you say to this woman?
I would say that from hearing of what she wanted throughout her life, that at the end, every person she helped hopefully send a note, or if they had an opportunity to shake her hand, and this is what they said: thank you, but no thank you, because I'm on my own. I don't need you anymore. Thank you, but I don't need you anymore. Yeah. That is what this woman, I think, will be happy to hear for every woman, every child, every community that she visited through her work, that they will get to a place where they say, thank you, but I don't need you anymore. Yeah. That would be the end of her work. That would be the pride of her work, is that I helped somebody who did not need me anymore because they were strong enough to stand on their own in their own pride. That would be the pride of that woman.
And that would be the legacy that you leave. I love it. I love it. Wow. Well, I tell you, this has been such a pleasure and an honor to interview you and your sister, just to cross paths with you, because it's not every day I get to meet movers and shakers like this, women who are out there in the world who are giving. So the world is full of go-getters. There's very few go-givers. It must have been something in your life that put you on this path. What changed your life when someone gave to you? Give me a story, an example that really illustrates the power of giving.
So how somebody gave something to me and how to change
you experiencing and receiving something from someone. Do you have a particular story, an incident, somebody who gave you something that changed the trajectory of your life?
Okay. Beside my mother, who I know passed on, whether is indirect or direct, which I believe is both, she passed on compassion on such a high level that I feel like it was being transferred to my brain, my DNA, and my blood. Her kindness and compassion. She is a woman of. I always tell my mother that I think you're an angel. We just don't see your wings. In my hometown or in my country, they call her Mama Yesu. Mama Yesu means Mary. It's pretty much like Mary. It's Jesus' mom, but they call her Mama Yesu. So I think being given something, my mom gave me that gift. It's a gift that I always treasure because I know it's from her. But material-wise, I have been touched a couple times in my life, but the most touching story for me would be when I'm a single mom with 2 kids. I moved to Canada. I learned English in 3 months because I was 20, didn't speak English, I only spoke French. And I had to get a job. I got married really young and divorced. But at one point, I was working so hard. But because I had divorced I was divorced, and then a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old, I had to leave work so I can take care of my kids. But I wanted to buy a home. I wanted to buy a home for them. A man and a couple, they knew that I wanted to buy a home, but I didn't have a down payment for it. They literally emailed me $5,000. I needed more than that because I own my home. It's been 10 years. And they emailed me my $5,000 to put down for my mortgage. I applied for a mortgage, didn't have money, and I had to pay that by 1 o'clock. And 11 a.m., I didn't have it. And I didn't even talk to them. They just knew I was buying a home. They figured, I don't know what happened. God, I don't know. Maybe God spoke to them. But I had an email, $5,000 at 12 o'clock, and I was going to lose or the mortgage proposal by 1. I will never forget that. So I bought a home between 12 and 1 that I didn't think I could, but I had an appointment with a mortgage representative that I was doing it. And I got my mortgage. I will never forget that $5,000 because I got my home. I've been here as a single parent. I work a full-time job and I work shelter them full-time also, but I got a home and I got it. I have a job. I'm actually a brailleist for a living, by the way. I produce braille for blind students in Canada, in Ontario. Oh, wow. That's my actual job. I work with the Ministry of Education as a brailleist. A lot of people don't even know what that means, but I produce braille and alternate text material for the blind and for the deafblind. But again, being here in Canada with 2 children, a single mom, you have to have, provide for yourself. And then I run a charity that sends, a lot. I have a board, I have staff. And this is only 100% volunteer work for me for the charity. Mm-hmm. So I got 8 hours a day as a teacher, and then I have hours for shelter them. But that couple, they empowered me. They supported me. It was one time, but I will never forget. And that's what I'm doing for shelter them. Women, I give them a base, but I tell them go figure it out. Use it really wisely. And that's what we're doing, these women, put them in a class for 6 months, and they graduate and they produce, they have the business for themselves, and now they're flying. We don't have to help them anymore. So they're like me, a little bit of empowerment, a little bit of investment, and then so I will never forget that. For me, it touched me, and that's what I want to do for people in Africa, in Rwanda, is to temporarily help people, not indefinitely, because you're creating a dependency, which is killing everyone who is in development countries. Got to empower people and let them go.
So it's about giving people a hand up and not a handout.
Yes.
Handouts don't work. Wow.
No, they don't.
So why is giving so important for humanity, do you think?
Giving is something that is beyond you. If it's just you, then you are in the box. You are in a box that does not open up to opportunities and blessings. And once you give, it opens so many doors in your life that it could even become a cure to illness, I believe. It is going outside you, because you are so little. But when you give, you're expanding your heart to just you're touching other hearts. So it's almost like being in the box and not know that there is a light outside the box. But when you open it, then you reach out to many hearts, and then it gives you the joy and the blessings to actually be happy. I think happiness is more of joy. Okay, you can be a happy person, but you find joy in giving.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? There's happy and there's joy.
Yeah.
When you're happy, sure, because it's about you. But when you open up, you expand your happiness and you plug into contentment of joy.
Oh, I like that distinction. My grandmother used to say that this universe is like a giant bank, and that we have to keep depositing good deeds. She said it will come back tenfold, not from the person you helped, but from very unexpected sources. And so you give without any expectation for anything in return. And you just keep depositing into that bank of goodness. And like this couple that came back to help you, it comes back in the most unexpected, miraculous ways. And that's why the theme of our events for 2022 is the power of giving. So thank you for finishing this interview with a real nugget, a real takeaway, the difference between happiness and joy. I love it. I am going to quote you on this going forward. But thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, coming to share your amazing stories. You and your sister are incredible women. And like I said, I feel really blessed that our paths crossed the way that they did. And I'm excited. I know that there's more things to come that we will do together. So please stay on the line. I'll just say goodbye to our listeners. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. The Herstory movement is connecting women from all four corners of the globe. 2022 is going to be an incredible year. We are still looking for speakers. Our event for March is a 31-day marathon. From the 1st of March to the end of March, we want 10 to 15 women every single day sharing their stories. They say that the richest places in the world are graveyards. They're full of people who had amazing stories, lots of knowledge to share, and they didn't have the courage to speak up. So please don't go to your grave with your story. Join our movement. Come and empower, uplift, and inspire somebody else to change their lives through your story. Have a fantastic day, everybody, wherever you are in the world. I'll be back again tomorrow with yet another amazing guest. Bye for now. Thank you again, Josephine.
Thank you.
Wow, wasn't that an incredible presenter? Welcome, ladies. Wonderful to have you with us. Miss
Good
Nina,
morning.
we're
Good
going to sing
good
happy
morning.
Hi, darling.
Linda,
Hello,
wonderful
Millen,
to
beautiful.
meet you.
Hello, Auntie Nina. Happy birthday to you, Auntie Nina.
Thank you. I had to get on
Happy
early
birthday.
because you were on. Hello, Gertrude, my darling Gogol.
Oh gosh, I miss you, Nina. Where you been? You disappeared for a while.
Oh no, darling. I'm like, sometimes I disappear from myself. There's so many other things going on, and then I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. But I have never disappeared. You've never disappeared from here. I knew I'd be seeing you. I was just trying to work out a
I
few
know.
things.
I know.
It's
It's
all
She's
been an
good.
been guiding
interesting.
us, Gertrude. She's been guiding a lot of us, being Auntie, wisdom keeper,
Oh,
leading, loving, showing us the way, stepping up, in reminding us to stay in our heart frequencies, reminding us about the alchemy, of healing and of turning our pain into, a way forward for everyone. She has been very busy guiding and protecting and encouraging all of us to step up. So she has not been missing, just been very, very prominent in our community, actually.
Thank
Particularly
you,
for me.
Millen.
Particularly for me.
There you go, Gertrude.
that's wonderful.
Yeah.
to hear.
Now I know what I've been doing. See?
Yeah.
I'm so
I love
into
it.
the now. I've really taught myself to be in the now so much that I go, oh my golly, what have I done? Sometimes at the end of the day, I'll go, what did I do today? And I really have to, not that it really matters because it's past, but anyway, thank you, Millen, for those beautiful words.
Mm.
Yay. Look at your
Oh,
beautiful
this is
smile.
wonderful to have you all with us. So, like I said, we are going to sing for you, Nina. You're not going to get away with this. So, we're going to sing
Really?
you happy birthday. So, girls,
Yes.
if you can join me.
My
Happy
first.
Yes.
birthday to
To
you.
you.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you. Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday, dear
Auntie
Nina.
Nina. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. How beautiful. My first happy birthday, and what a beautiful one, too, from all over the place. Thank
All
you
over
so
the
much.
world,
Oh, we
Auntie.
love you,
Yes.
Miss Nina. We
It was like an
absolutely
echo.
adore you.
Yes.
Darling.
It was.
Is Ruth on as well?
Well, Ruth is
Where is
supposed to be
our
on,
Ruth?
but she is challenged today. It's either the electricity has dropped off. I can see she's
on as
here, but I think her connection dropped.
Okay.
But she will pop back in again, I'm sure, once she gets the power going. For the last 10 days, we haven't been able to communicate because of no electricity in Zimbabwe.
Oh.
So she's been
Really?
popping in and out.
Mm.
So there's a lot of people who I think know you, Nina. I'm going to share all of these messages. We have a Kelly, Samantha on Facebook. We have a Aswini Jane. Also
Wow.
on Facebook, we have Priya Ranga. We also have Andrea. Andrea is based in the UK, good friend of mine, Andrea Brown. So you're getting all of these beautiful messages from people all over the world. So great
My
start to
heart
your
is
morning,
filling up.
Nina.
Thank you. My heart is really
You are
filling.
being showered with love.
Thank you. I'm just
Showered with
thrilled that
love.
I
So
got
we're
on.
going to we're going to talk about the last two presenters quickly and just give them feedback. I'm going to share a little video, 2 minutes, of how these two sisters got land from the president of Burundi. So they were so determined to help the orphaned children in Burundi. They had been renting houses and putting the kids in the care of a mother. Like there would be 10 children in a home. They didn't want to build an orphanage. And so it got expensive. People kept hiking up the rent for them. And then they heard that the president of Burundi was coming to Canada. And they showed up at this event, and this is what they did. And this is what got them some land. And I'm wanting to share this with all of you ladies so that whoever's listening to this, if you have conviction that your cause is worthwhile, don't be scared to use your voice. In a room full of people, stand up and ask for what you want. In 2 minutes, they were gifted land and they're now building these beautiful homes to care for the orphaned children in Burundi. So I'll just share this quickly before we give them feedback.
During a Rwanda Day event in Toronto, Canada in 2013, when twins Josephine Murphy Bukuru and Jocelyn Alexandre Butoyi requested for a plot of land from President Paul Kagame so that they can use it for social welfare activities.
We asked many times the government of Rwanda, we probably didn't go to the right source, but I'm sure you are. Can Rwanda provide a land so our Canadians, we can go and build homes, and we want to connect with our roots.
Their request was granted by the head of state.
It's simple. When you go to Rwanda, as you say, you many times do. Just approach the officials. There is the head of Rwanda Development Board there. Or you could go to the mayor. So all these people do facilitate. So it's a simple thing.
Through the Rwanda Development Board, RDB, and Bugesera District, in 2015, Bukuru and Butoyi were given a 2.5-hectare piece of land in Nyarugenge sector in Bugesera District. Since 2017, the land has been put to use, where among others, an early childhood development center was built, and it currently accommodates 87 children. The center opened during the 2021-2022 academic year. Butoyi and Bukuru founded the Shelter Them Foundation, currently led by Jules Hidiro. He says the center receives and takes care of children free of charge, providing them with equipment they need. We wanted children from 3 to 6 years old to be provided with feeding, hygiene, education, protecting them from violence, and giving them the right to play. This helps their brain to grow well and they're able to use their brain when they're still young. On the side of parents whose children are part of the ECD in Nyarugenge sector, they're happy with the education the children receive.
My child now speaks and sings in English. They also learn mathematics in both English and Kinyarwanda. They also feed them and provide them with equipment like books, pens, shoes, and uniforms. So the future of our children is bright. The fact that my child studies well will help them grow and develop. They will continue to secondary schools and higher learning institutions. For example, if he turns to be a doctor, it will be beneficial to me and many other people.
The activities initiated by Bukuru and Butoyi have provided employment to needy families in Bugesera District.
Paying health insurance for my children was a problem. I'm now employed and I get paid. My children are now happy. I now get money to cater for my needs.
Josephine Murphy Bukuru and Jocelyn Alexandre Butoyi are very grateful to the President of the Republic for valuing and granting their request, adding that they will continue to play their role in developing their motherland.
extend our gratitude to the government of Rwanda, especially His Excellency Paul Kagame, the president who gave us the land and through our DV when he visited. We are building Rwanda. We're building this community in Bugesera. That land, as of last year, we built 5 homes, and families were moving in, learn, they play, and this is a really holistic approach for a child's development. We're so happy to see them every time we get the report cards from them. It's incredible. And again, like Shelter Them's focus is education and capacity building from all the Rwandans who are holding hands with us to rebuild. Thank you so much. Thank you so
In
much.
addition to constructing homes for needy families, part of this unbuilt land is now being used by two of the cooperatives of the needy community in Ujasera district, where they carry out agriculture. Josephine Murphy Bukuru and Josephine Alexandre Boutroyi were born in 1977. They've been living in Canada since 1996.
What a beautiful story.
Wow. Amazing.
So these are the women who are change makers in the world, women who are out there doing something fantastic. Nina, your birthday wishes keep coming in. We have another birthday. Jill, you have another one from, let me see. Oh yeah, no, it was just Helen. And she was talking about an echo, so I'm not sure what happened there. My apologies. But absolutely inspiring young women who are on a mission like we all are to help children in Africa. They survived the genocide in Rwanda, managed to end up living in Canada, and are going back to their community to help. So thank you, Josephine and Joycelyn, for your work. The world's children are our children. And I think if we each remember where we're from, we can all make a difference to children worldwide. We really commend you for your work. So without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a woman who has graced our stage many times before. Miss Nina Angelo is another sister from another mother. And Nina, you know that I love you. I adore you. I love your work. I love the game you're playing in the world. You inspire people with your art. You're a mentor. You're a coach. You're a cultural activist, a keynote speaker, and the community artist for the fabric of our lives. I know people who have heard you speak before are always eager to hear you speak yet again. So the stage is yours, my beautiful sister. Like I said, I'm just excited that I get to celebrate your birthday.
Wow.
Now, I know that Helen says there's still an echo. I'm not quite sure where the echo is coming from. So ladies, if you can check if you are on Facebook and the video is playing, it might be coming from one of your computers. So
no, the film. Sorry, the film that you played of the twins and the girl's story, there was an echo in that video. It was repeating itself. Yeah, it was coming through double. So that's the echo that I was reporting.
But there's no echo now.
Not now. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. We want this to be a nice, clear presentation. Nina, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. What a year. What a couple of years. What a life. I cannot believe that today I have reached 3/4 of a century. It's almost in my head and in my white hair, which I didn't have about a year and a bit ago. I am still the same person inside. I think our spirit is ageless, and so I feel ageless. And we find that other elders, people who are elderly, they also, you let yourself be old if you believe you're old. I will not call myself old. I can be 75 years young. That doesn't take away from anything, but it's all in the heart. And it's what I wanted to actually talk about trauma and how that affects our growing and our heart, and we feel the trauma comes through, and how does it do that? Now, in 2019 at the end, when I was diagnosed with a lymphoma, and I was so determined to get through this, and it was a stage 4, it was worse than I thought. I had just finished doing my book. I questioned why this came through. Now, for those who don't know, my parents were Holocaust survivors. I was their first life. My mother, her family, her Polish family, were all killed by the Nazis. My father, he was Greek, and his family in Thessaloniki, northern Greece, they were also exterminated. There were only 2 uncles that survived. And so when my parents, who had met in Auschwitz the first time, first met, my mum knocked him back. And then they went on their death marches in different directions, and they happened to meet again in the Red Cross canteen in Paris. Now, it's a pretty gorgeous love story. And I came from that love. So I was born into the world. I always believed I came from the stars. I came out feeling that everything would be okay. I was their first new life. I had the most incredible childhood, full of love, full of joy. We danced, lots of music was played. My parents were the sort of people that weren't victims of what had happened. They decided, once Australia brought us in, when I was 2 years old, they decided they were going to celebrate life. And that is the sort of childhood that I had. It was only in 2017 when I've had a very interesting life. I've had 2 house fires. I've got twins. I was a single mum of the twins from when they were born. They've just turned 49. So it's been sort of the 3 of us a long time. But there was nothing that could beat me. Times were really tough, but I did never let it get me down. I always believed tomorrow would be a good day. And I remember actually my mum, who was such a beautiful, beautiful spirit. She said at night, if I was sort of got into trouble during the day, and I was an active child. I had a vivid imagination. I loved fun. I got into mischief. I wasn't bad, but I got into mischief. But I do remember her, if I had a very mischievous, naughty day, she would say, now, I'm going to say goodnight to you. I'm going to tell you that I love you. I don't like the way you were today, so I didn't like your behavior, but I love you, and tomorrow is another day. So let's sleep well and wake up tomorrow, and let's do it again, and let's do it well. And I think that that's carried through with me. So no matter what has happened, or no matter what does happen, no matter how many times I go down, just like my mum and dad, I come up again. There's no fear there at all. But after I decided I had to leave a story behind of my mum and dad's story and my story. My mum had written her story. My father, his story I found in the Holocaust Museum in Washington in the United States. There were 7 hours of interviews with him. I did not know any of his stories. And I decided that I needed to put this together in a book for my family, for my grandkids, for their kids, so that they knew who they were. Because when you lose everybody, you have no person to go to hear those stories. They've gone. And because my parents were actually, they were my mum was only 16 when it all happened. So I did not have a lot of stories. But my mum left her story, and I was so glad she did that. So I took her story, I wrote it. Half of it had been burnt in my fire, so I only had half, but I didn't expect to find my father's one. And when I did, I sat down for 3 years and I went through it. and I went through the camps with them. I went through the horrors that they had experienced, that they had seen, that they saw other people experience, the losses, the trauma, the horrors. Unbelievable. Now, when I was doing the book, I was actually just into writing it. But what was happening, it was bringing up something in my body, which was the intergenerational trauma, which it was put away. And then I found out when a girl baby is born, she already has every egg in her ovaries she will need to reproduce. Every egg is a cell, and every cell has a memory. And when the memory and that cell becomes somebody, the memory of the grandmother, the mother, the grandmother, the great-grandmother is carried through, and it sits in there. So for me, it was what's called epigenetics, or the intergenerational trauma. It came up through revisiting and finding the names of my relatives, because they all died as a number, and putting them in the book. So having gone down all that time for nine months of chemotherapy, etc., I was determined to get through this by looking straight at it, by alchemizing it. I did a bit of art to alchemize it, and I started writing some poetry, and I started thinking about, where did this come from? And then I realized that almost everybody carries some trauma in them. Now, it can be trauma from their childhood, because they weren't affirmed, they weren't loved, they weren't told that they were good, they were a nuisance, they were in the way, they were not good at this and they were not good at that, and go and sit in the corner and go to your room and I'm too busy to talk. Those kids are traumatized in this life. But I realized that that was carried through their parent, who carried it from their parent, who did not know how to affirm them, did not know how to give love, did not know how to say, I love you. And that is our basic need as humans, to be told that we're loved, to be heard, to be acknowledged, to be affirmed. And so I started, after I got through my 9 months and I came through, I started looking deeply into this, and also looking into what this does to people. And then COVID came along, and COVID did it because we were all in lockdown. Now, for me, my lockdown was nothing new, because I'd already been in lockdown for all those months anyway. So it just continued. But what was happening in those lockdowns were people, families, and people who would go to the gym, would go to the club, would go for a run, would go to this, would go to the pub, always kept busy, sport, this, that, and the other. Because if they stopped and they were still, then they had to address this, because it started coming up in them. They couldn't go out and deflect it in any ways. So I started looking at how this affects people and how it can manifest as an illness, as it did for me. And I started doing workshops using art. I called it From a Rock to a Heart Place, with the ART on heart. The alchemy of story, art, and healing. And I started hearing women's stories of childhood, because when you think about it, we don't talk about our childhood very much. And in those childhood stories, it would start bringing something up that they hadn't faced before. They always held a rock, because a rock always reminds me, a rock's always here. It's always been here. It's been around for thousands of years. And as they hold that rock, as they tell that story, as they cry their tears, I get them to put their tears in the rock. And then we go through a whole alchemizing, a creative with music way of drawing or painting, creating an image on that rock, which becomes theirs. But what I realized too was, I look at the women, not only now, but who are so involved in looking good on the outside, who will have needles and Botoxes and things put in their faces and their lips made bigger and all the rest of it. Look, I don't have an issue with people's choices, but I question, while we're working on the outside of ourselves to look great, spend lots of money on clothes and shoes and all that and looking the best we can. And it's good to look good. I mean, I stood in front of the mirror and put lipstick on to look good this morning. But while we do that to ourselves constantly, to me, it's not addressing the trauma that is inside. We're not working on what's happening inside ourselves. Because once we address that place, once that starts rising and we acknowledge it and we talk to it, then we can start the healing. So with that, a few days ago, I had an activation, a meditation, and after it, the next day, I wrote this poem. And I just want to read you this. It's called Farewell, Dear Trauma. I was actually writing to my trauma. And I'll just read it to you. I will no longer let my trauma define me. I will take that trauma and alchemize it into joy, patience, kindness, and understanding. I will look at that trauma, I will face it directly, and then I will have a long conversation with it. Okay, trauma, you can hide no longer because I have found you. And now that I know you are here, and that you have been a part of me for a long time, it's time now for you to move on. There's a lot for us to talk about, trauma, to deal with, many tears to be shed, and many experiences to face. I know this will not be easy, trauma, but I need to free myself up, to live the best life I know how, to be the best me for me. To do this, dear trauma, you must leave so that I can heal fully, so that I can be fully present in my everyday, in my every moment, in my every second. I need to ride through these times, dear trauma, and not miss a thing. I journey with no fear because this will be and is my new me. A me that has been wanting to be free for so long and not even realizing that you, trauma, have been hiding in between my cells, just hanging out comfortably, enjoyably, being fed by my fears and my unknowings. So now that I have been activated, that my light can shine because you, trauma, are not in me anymore. I understand you played a big part in my growing, in my 75 years of life on this earth plane. But now that you've left, I wish you well, wherever you go, wherever you may be. Trauma, I now send you off. And I thank you for your part in my knowing, in my I am, in my free spirit, in my love for all, in gratitude always, in all ways. And I wrote that a few days ago. And I wasn't going to read this to you, but I think it's important because I think when we can address that place, it is important. And I will leave you now with one other poem that I wrote that it is, hang on, I'm going to find it. Here it is. And it's because what I was saying about the Botox and the this and the that, and we want to look good, but it's about embracing our age, embracing where we are in our life. And I was lying there one day looking at my arm and looking at all the wrinkles that had formed over the years and thinking, wow, look at that. I'm getting old. And then I wrote a poem, and I called it Ode to My Wrinkles, and how we can turn things around. And this applies to anything. So we can see the glass half full or the glass half empty. And I will leave you with this. Every wrinkle is a story in the library of my life. Every wrinkle is a passage of my journey to survive. I look at them and wonder how much time they've taken to form, how my skin was so smooth from the day when I was born. Life has been one grand adventure. Each line I have will attest to that. As I look at them and ponder, every line was where I'm at. I look at each line individually and I celebrate my life through my wisdom and experience, though it is on the outside. Within my soul is where it's at. Within each line, the writing of self. Just like a palm reader of time, within each wrinkle I do delve. Loving my wrinkles, they share my stories of the passing of my life, reminding me of my adventures and my journey to survive. I celebrate each blemish and line. I celebrate my days, my time, because in a blink and a wink, all that will be left are memories. They're mine. Welcoming my wrinkles and loving my skin, grateful for each wrinkle and a new one to begin. That's how I will leave you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gertrude. And thank you, everybody who might be out there listening. Have a beautiful day. Bye for now.
Thank you so much, Miss Nina. Your writing, your poetry, your wisdom is coming through every single cell of your body. You can feel it right here. Thank you. Wish you happy birthday there.
Yeah, thank you. That was my dog going off. I'm so sorry.
So you have more birthday wishes?
Beg your pardon?
That's okay. We've had babies come on. We've had dogs and cats. So it just goes with the territory.
Yep.
So we have more birthday wishes coming to you on Facebook. We've got Christine Alps, and she says, "Hi, Auntie. What's the next message? I'm going to use that on Michelle," she says. The next birthday wish is coming from Aswina. She says, "Love your spoken word of trauma. So powerful. Thank you. Love you so much. Your community have come full force to celebrate this birthday."
Wow.
We've got Inbar, Karen. Love you, Auntie Nina, Angelo. We have Sandy E. You are awesome.
Wow.
Helen Gill is also online listening in. Just an outpouring of messages, Miss Nina.
Oh, I'm going to melt into a puddle
Thank
of
you,
overwhelm.
Nina. That was wonderful. Oh my gosh. And there's another message for Miriam Bova. Congratulations and happy birthday. Imba Karin has said, "Happy birthday, beloved. Inspiring and powerful." And Dorothy is in the UK. Dorothy, it's late at night there, but you tuned in and she's like, "Happy birthday, Nina." Powerful word there on trauma. So your words have rippled across the universe, Nina.
Wow.
With just this one presentation. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Gertrude. Wow. I'm humbled. Very much. I'm really grateful.
We are humbled to be in your presence and to be serenaded with your words. Thank you. Woo! Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day. Breathe it all in and take it in, right? It's visceral. You can feel the impact of who you are, Nina.
Wow.
This is the impact of who you are being in this world and how you're showing up. So we all celebrate you, and we all wish that we live to your age and gain as much wisdom as you have, and share it with the world as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Gertrude.
Ooh, Miss Linda, you're here in person. Give us some feedback.
Miss Linda.
Another birthday message coming from Trinzy Gay. Sorry, Linda. Love you, Nina. Auntie Linda, here watching with Rosemary and Dave. They're going to keep pouring in, Miss Nina.
Wow.
I love this. Wonderful. Another one there from Emma. Just awesome. Linda, I'll let you jump in and chime in here.
Yeah. Well, you know, my heart too is overwhelmed, and tears are welling in my eyes, celebrating you, Auntie Nina, your beautiful birthday that brought hope to your mum and dad out of hopelessness. And I honour your mum and dad and the survivors, you know, of the Holocaust in your shining light, and the difference you've made in all of our lives, and the impact and the leadership, and pointing us home to sit with those traumas. All of us have a story that could bring us to our knees, Auntie. And you dare us and hold our hands as we walk into that dark place. And you teach us and you hold us and you love us. Your love streams out to everybody you meet. Whoa. In every meeting that you come and sit, you know, in our little charity that's begun, Wajam, Warriors of Peace. You are our elder, you are our patron, you are our guide. And you guide us every time to mind our frequency, to, you know, there's wars, there's catastrophes, there's floods, and just this week you're reminding us, yes, acknowledge and have empathy, but take care of ourselves so we can continue to lead like you out of our dark times. Your poetry, your wisdom, your tender love for all of us young ones trying to follow your footsteps. I completely honour you and love you. And I know that being a young leader and being called to also, you know, point people to look at their traumas and do their work, that you have come into my life to guide me. And I will keep your legacy always very close in all the work I do. In 25 years' time, in 50 years' time, that I may still be here, your name will continue to be sung through all of us that have, you know, been blessed to have your guidance, Auntie.
I'm so humbled, I can't tell you.
Well, we are, for your grace and your love.
Wow.
We are.
Just
We
living
are.
your
All
life.
of the people online, all of them, they're all coming in because we love you. There is love. The word love, it doesn't encapsulate what we feel for you. It's infinite.
Wow.
And appreciation.
Wow.
And the light that you came in that dark time of your mum and dad's life, your alchemy story, writing that book, you facing your mortality and learning truly the embodiment of healing, almost being taken out with stage 4 lymphoma. You are the light, you are the way. You are so loved and appreciated, and where you came from heaven, you know, and the stars, like you say, you know where you're from. Your light, you know, single mum, you know, you're still taking care of your kids like all mums around the world. Still, you're the mum to all of us. You are the embodiment of that divine mother. And I really love you and honour you.
Helen, thank you so much.
It's coursing through me to you today and every day.
What a birthday gift. Thank you. Enough.
You told me about the alchemy, the alchemy of trauma and pain. It's what I have done myself, but I didn't understand the wording and the way that I came through that. And you've just come in and handed it to all of us on a plate. Follow this way, young ones. Follow this way, young men, young women, older men, older women, babies. Follow this way. You're a prophet.
Wow.
You're our guide. You're a seer. And I know where you sit. You sit in this amazing power of now. And to have us as your, younglings following your stardust, Auntie.
Such a pleasure. It's what I'm here for. I don't know how to take all this. Thank you, Linda.
Open up that huge heart of yours a little bit further.
It's going to burst anyway. So.
Good, yes.
Soak it all in.
It feels like it's
So
going to
soak
burst.
it all in, Miss Nina.
Yeah. I know. Wow.
A wonderful day.
Yes, indeed. It's only just
Happy
on 10.
birthday.
Oh, thank you. Wow. Okay. Your turn, Melon. Your turn. Took it off me. Go to you, honey. And all the things you do.
It's all on you, Stardust. It's all on you today.
Wow.
And that is the humility that you also teach us. It's not about us. It's greater than us. Yeah. Yeah. The pain is not about us. The trauma, it's not about us. The journey, it's not. It's not a personal thing. It's a a much bigger picture.
Yes.
No ego with you, Auntie.
No.
Yeah.
No.
And you show up everywhere. And you always have remote communities, all the work you've done through your life, or the charitable work you've done, or the women that you've healed, or the families that you've helped heal. You are a way maker.
Okay. Wow. And I'm so
I could
blessed.
go on.
No, don't go on, Melon. You talk. You talk now.
We got a couple hours to go.
No.
I could feel it from all of my women that are standing with me, all the people online, Treens and Inbar and Ashwini and Priya and Emma, my best mate. You're showing us the way, Auntie.
Wow.
From surviving to thriving and infinite love. What better way is there?
Well, now, Millen, Linda, I reckon you should tell your amazing story too, because you're doing incredible things. Take it off me.
Cut.
So, Miss Linda, to move on to you.
Yes.
It's just a pleasure to meet you in person. I had the privilege of watching your video, and I'm wanting to ask from you whether you would like me to play the video or whether you would like to speak live.
Look, I think the video is good to run. I think I'm quite elevated, and I may forget the parts that I felt were important. Very happy to speak anytime, anywhere. I'm a definite chatterbox. I'm a cockatoo tribe, and I have my and so I can talk anytime. All of my friends and family will tell you it's hard to get a word in. So I think we run the video, and I'm really happy. I'm learning to listen, Auntie Gertrude. I do also, in my wisdom years, have learned to sit in more quiet. But no, I'd love you to run the video. There's things I haven't shared publicly. Okay. So, yes, let's run that. And I'm happy to be here after to talk to it.
Fantastic. So we will exit the stage. We'll listen to your presentation, and then we will We are a little bit challenged with the video. And if you give me 1 minute, I will try and find the original video so that we're not playing it online. I think that's what the problem is. So give me a second. Technology has not been kind to me today. Let's see. Technology is great when it works. And when it decides not to work, these are the things that happen. Now, let me see if I buffer the video, if we have better luck. Bear with me, ladies. I'm going to bring you both on so you can have a little chat while I sort out the technology.
Hello,
Miss
Linda.
Nina, keep me company.
I am. I thought it was me. Are you there?
No, it's on our side. Let me just sort this out quickly. Like I said, technology is great when it's working. When it decides to play up, there's nothing much we can do but find a recovery plan. And there is a recovery plan in place. Wow. I just need to line up a few things. So
I thought it was a miracle that I got on, actually, to be honest with you.
Was your connection playing up today?
No, but just getting on, like it was saying your camera's not on and go to this. And I went, what's this? Where do I find that? I don't know, but I found it. Or found me. That's how it works for me.
Technology can be like that sometimes.
But we're here. We are here.
We are here, right. We will get this going.
And I would just like to acknowledge the Bidigal people of the Gadigal Nation of the land that I'm coming from, and the traditional custodians of the land that I'm on. Traditionally, in Aboriginal culture, we acknowledge the land we're on to pay our deepest respects to the custodians, to the elders, past, present, and emerging, to the young ones and the babies coming through that will hold the culture, and to all Aboriginal people online and watching. So I'd love to make my deepest acknowledgement of the Bidigal people of the Wallay Creek.
Wonderful. Thank you. It's a custom and a tradition that I'm just learning, Linda. Yeah, this morning when I started, I wasn't very prepared. And I recovered a little bit fast, I think. But I'm learning. It's very similar to the way we acknowledge our ancestors. There we go. I think I've got it now. Okay, so we will leave the stage.
Nagulburi. My name is Linda Millen Osborne. I'm a Wallaba woman from the Bundjalung Nation, a place on the far north coast of New South Wales, in Australia, the great southern land. I welcome you and send my greetings to you and yours. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land I'm coming from today. the Biddigal people of the Wallow Creek, traditional custodians of the land that I stand here on today. And traditionally, it's custom to acknowledge the land you're on. This great country I come to you from always was and always will be Aborigine land. I wish to acknowledge my elders, seen and unseen, my elders that have passed, that are present and are emerging. I wish to also acknowledge the children and the babies, the young ones of the Biddigal clan as they come through and hold our culture and are our future. I come to you today with a saddened heart. My country, a Bundjalung nation, is flooding. We see Mother Nature out of balance. We see the impact of our practices on our mother. And as she wobbles out of balance, people are dying, people are in strife. And I come to you today with a heavy heart. Also about the fight in Europe and across our world. And I call and I pray for peace. I call and pray for healing for Mother. May we all unite and pray for peace and for the healing of Mother Nature, where my people believe everything comes from and everything returns to. I too have been on quite a journey. I too have wobbled out of balance. I too have come through the darkness as a survivor in a childhood of complex sexual abuse, growing up with alcoholism in my line, in my home, domestic violence that unfolded into a continued abusive practices that I accepted as I grew up as a teenager, born unfortunately into a cycle of abuse that I have had to learn how to alchemize and survive. And I come to you today with a few gifts. A gift of a story of survival and an encouragement to any of you suffering to continue to keep coming, to continue to do your healing work, to continue to love and to believe in love, and to begin the process or deepen your process of forgiveness that has really helped me be able to turn my pain into my gift to the world. My grandmother was born of mixed race in 1908, born of an Indigenous father of the Bundjalung nation of the Walabo people. She was taken from her community by her non-Indigenous family and hidden from the authorities. At the time in Australia, there was a policy to remove children of mixed race from their Indigenous families, an act of genocide, to whitewash our Indigenous culture, to take languages and culture away. My grandmother grew up not belonging in her white family truly and having no access to her Indigenous culture, feeling quite ashamed of her skin colour and her heritage. That led to quite a difficult life for her. That led to her having 6 children, one, my mother, born in poverty and real struggle. The impact of the government policies and colonialisation on my family directly has been very traumatic. And there are stories right across this country of such struggle and trauma. But our spirit is strong. And she was a survivor, my mum was a survivor, and I'm a survivor, and I'm turning it into thriving through learning these lessons, through being able to alchemize my pain, coming out of the darkness, believing in love, and offering forgiveness to people in my life who have done unforgivable things. I'm a survivor of complex child sexual abuse. I witnessed domestic violence. Addiction has washed its way through my family, my siblings, my mum, my uncles, my grandfather. A lot of pain, a lot of suffering arises out of that. I faced bullying and harassment in my career as I sat in the deputy's chair, one that took me out of my career, led me to stand up against a big institution and say, enough, you will not treat me or anyone else like that. 5-year battle, believing in the right way, calling to stop abuse in my life and in others. When I was 20, a beautiful coincidence, if there are any, occurred for me when I met my uncle Peter Costello, an elder, a great elder from the Kukutaipan people of Cape York, a man who experienced the stolen generation, was removed from his mother at 7, quite sad, quite traumatic, quite displacing, life-changing. He and his wife, Auntie Dulcie, welcomed my mum and I into their family, adopting us. I was able to learn my culture, very strong cultural spirit that I hold, beautiful connection with nature, listening and learning from nature, hearing my ancestors in the bird song, noticing the sunsets and the sunrises and the meaning behind many natural occurrences. I travelled up and down the east coast with Uncle Peter to Hawaii and London and Holland, learning his message. His lesson was that all people need to unite. We need to put our differences aside. We need to come into love and acceptance. We need to forgive. Our past hurts. He taught me about the rainforest, how all the trees need to lean on one another to gain light, to get water, to stand tall. After raising my little children and coming out of that difficult time with the bullying and harassment that removed me out of my career, I was called to begin Cockatoo Dreaming in honour of my uncle, where I show up in mentoring, in coaching, in counselling for men and women, helping them create lives they love living, helping them learn the lessons I've learned coming out of the dark, helping people see the miraculous power of forgiveness, of self-forgiveness and forgiving others. Having a big heart, having a loving nature. Cockatoo Dreaming gives me the opportunity to share that with everyone, like with you today. I had mentors and important people along the way. It was why I became a school teacher, because my high school teachers, one in particular, Sharon Singleton, made a complete difference in my life. I had just lost my best friend in a car accident, and at 16, she saw something in me. She mentored me and helped me out of a dark hole that I was in, grief and loss. I've experienced a lot of grief and loss, experienced a lot of trauma throughout my life, but I believe in the power of love. I believe love also is fierce at times, that love needs boundaries, that love is sometimes a no. I believe that love protects and love shields. I also believe that love is vulnerable and soft and open and willing and is forgiving. I believe love makes mistakes. And I believe every day that I'm called to show up in loving action. Love is an action word. I've been called to forgive my perpetrators, and I've seen the miraculous healing power of that in my life and in their life. I don't come to you as a perfect person. I come to you also with at times doing wrong, with lying and cheating. But I also know and accept those things about myself. I forgive myself for those things. But I also know that my light is here, that I show up, that I forgive, that I love, that I give. And I make a difference to people's lives when I can. I welcome you to honour your ancestors. I welcome you to light a candle, to honour their legacy, because we are all the lights of their wins and their losses. I welcome you to start your healing journeys, to begin to forgive those that need forgiveness, to start with yourself. I also was called late last year to form a charity collective, a foundation called Wajam Warriors of Peace, where Indigenous and non-Indigenous people join together to support remote Indigenous communities. Again, I can offer you my assurance of what the power of showing up in love, in action, in those communities, what it has done for those people. The last community we went to, the elder there told us, after we'd been and shown up, that hope had returned to her community. That is a great gift. That is worth me coming through the darkness, suffering all those setbacks and those traumas, sitting in the therapist's chair, calling in the healing, connecting to my ancestors, offering myself forgiveness and all those around me. I call you to show up in love and in peace. It is what our world needs. You must start with yourself, because however we treat ourselves, it will ripple out into our lives. I encourage you to be kind and loving. It is the way we can change our lives, others' lives, and hopefully the world. Love is a superpower. It is what we need more of, the frequency of love. So I call you, where you can, to be more loving. Be more loving. Give more love and receive more love. Thank you for your time.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow. What a beautiful way to end day 3 of the Herstory Online Summit. Linda, you said so many things that just remind me who we are and the superpower that we all hold in our hands and our hearts to be able to change the world. You know, the very first speaker we had this morning spoke on forgiveness, and you are ending the day with speaking about forgiveness and forgiving people who have hurt you in such a deep way and for generations of hurt. But what I feel with your presentation is in the forgiveness, you have broken the curse. So the next generation doesn't carry that hurt and pass it on to their children and their children and their children's children. There is a healing that has come out of your work. And I hope that this message, again, like Nina's message, ripples out so we can all be reminded, because these generational wounds are so deep. They are so, so deep. They go back for centuries. And if we continue to carry them, they manifest in disease, like Nina experienced with her cancer. They manifest, they will keep coming out. So thank you for your wisdom today. Wow.
Thank you. Beautiful.
That's a happy birthday phone calls, Auntie Nina.
I'm just continuously going, no. That's my Aboriginal mate in Dubbo. He won't ever give up. He just, when he's onto something, he will not stop. But I don't know what I'll do. But anyway, I'll just ignore it for a minute. That's Riverbank Frank. Thank you, Millen. That was so good, really. And, you know, thank you, Gertrude, for giving us this platform to be able to share from our heart. And we really need to share more and listen to each other's stories. And
in Africa, we believe that if a tree falls in a forest and nobody sees it, did it really fall? So it's in the holding of space for each other. It's in the listening that the healing emerges. And that's what I'm hoping to do with this platform, is just to create the space for the stories to breathe. Unless there's somebody hearing the stories, they remain in us. We also believe that a problem shared is a problem halved. At the minute you share your story with someone else, we now carry it with you. It's no longer yours to carry alone. So that's the mission of the Herstory movement.
Yeah.
And thank you,
It's
Nina.
also true that our First Nations people here in Australia, in Africa, listening is a major part of being and surviving. And I find that that's something that's missing a lot in the culture here, of really listening, stopping and listening, because everyone's mind is so busy. There's so much going on out there. And I think that's a lesson that should be learned in schools too, you know, just
Very
sit
true.
and listen, because we miss so much. And that's where the real stories are. And that's why your stories have continued for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years, because those children from then who become adults, they've learnt to listen, and they can pass them on as they were told the story. Not like the Chinese whispers, you know, that game, you know, you start with one little whisper and it's totally different story by the time it comes around.
That is so true.
Yeah. So thanks, Millen.
Ladies, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, look, could I just add, you know, about the listening and about that is we often come out of traumatic experiences in our childhood that really lights up our nervous system. And I think the need to do the healing work, to sit with therapists, to do the multi-modalities like I've done, acupuncture, naturopath, alchemizing, learning about my brain and the neurological pathways that work developed young, where my system does quite easily flick into flight, and I leave my body, so I'm not able to sit and listen. As I've gotten older and along my healing journey, that has made a very big difference in understanding all of the impacts the trauma has had and paying a deep, loving attention to the body, to the mind, to the spirit, because you can't heal in isolation. And I'm only just learning about my nervous system and when it has been triggered, suffering PTSD from such emotional, abusive life, really paying attention to those things, on a very, concrete level has enabled me to sit and be able to listen, and also to be brave enough and strong enough and have enough confidence to lead, rather than just sitting back in the traumatized state that was a normal home for me.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, stepping into that leadership space takes a lot of courage. You are stepping into your God-given gift. Not many are called to lead.
Yeah.
And those who are called to lead, who say yes, are part of creating a new paradigm, a new world. So congratulations for stepping into that space. And we are here to hold you, to support you, with you every single step of the way.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for all your work, for getting our feminine voices out there. Women the leadership of the world needs to shift, because let's have a look at where the masculine has got us. And the prophecy is that the women of the West will save the planet.
That's why the world is in so much imbalance at the moment.
Right.
When you look at Ukraine, I've been looking at videos, pictures of children, and it's like, where are our hearts? What is happening to our men folk to think that war is the only solution? So we need an injection of strong female leaders, female voices rising up, stepping into these spaces that we weren't before. This is our time. This is part of what this movement is about.
Yeah.
To take back our power and be a part of the change that we want to see in the world.
Yeah.
So we've got participating on Facebook. She said that was so beautiful, heartfelt, and a genuine message of love. Thank you for sharing your story. So everybody who is tuning in, please share these videos. Go onto our Herstory Circle TV channel, subscribe, step forward to speak. We're still looking for women. The vision for March 2022 is to curate 300 stories. We need 10 women every single day. And we are open for men to come and speak as well, because I believe until we start bringing men into these rooms, into these spaces where we're discussing women's issues, nothing is going to change with the condition of women worldwide.
Yeah.
So any inspired men out there who feel you want to come and present, please go onto the website, herstorycircle.com. I'll have it running at the bottom of the screen. Priya is also contributing. She said, thank you, beautiful ladies, so much for sharing your hearts and your stories and wisdom. What a gift to receive and listen to. Thank you for the inspiration, your courage, and paving the way with your heart-embodied leadership. Beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks, Priya.
And then also have another message from Ree Lima. I'm here with you, sisters, she says. So I'm pretty sure she's from your community, ladies.
Yes.
Recently brought the sisters to the room.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter that we're not in physical spaces to meet.
No.
We can have these gatherings online. We can share these stories online. Another message there. Okay, thank you. for giving us the opportunity to hear and to learn from the wisdom of extraordinary women. Thank you. We are ordinary women living extraordinary lives, and we can change this world. I believe we can change this world. We just need to take our power back. We need to lead. We need to be the change we want to see in the world. Nothing is going to change unless we step up.
True.
So, my sisters, please step up. Come and speak. Laura Maya is saying, thank you for sharing your stories and happy birthday, Nina. Birthday messages are still pouring in. Oh,
Wow.
this is so beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So ladies, register to speak. Go onto the website, theherstorycircle.com. I need 300 stories for International Women's Month. Every single day, we start at 7 a.m. New Zealand time. We go up to 11. So 9 a.m. New Zealand, 7 a.m. Melbourne, Australia. It will be 8 p.m. in the UK, I think, 10 p.m. in Africa, South Africa. So we are trying to find a sweet spot where people are awake in most countries in the world.
Yes.
And in the US, I think it's 3 p.m. Pacific. So please come back online. We will share the link on our Facebook group. I will also share the link on this video. Spread it, share it, push this video out through social media. We are developing an app to connect our community. And this app is going to have a payment gateway where we will connect women with speaking opportunities where you get paid to speak. If you are a woman with a gift and you can create jewelry, the vision that I had is that in Africa, every single person has got access to cell phones. And we can pay women in third world countries through use of telephone technology. So she designs a tribal necklace and she takes a picture of herself wearing it. She sends it through the app. We expose that work, whether it's needlework, whether it's jewelry, to designers in New York. And that piece of jewelry ends up on New York Fashion Week.
Yeah.
And that poor woman gets paid what her work is worth through the app.
Wow.
So I'm appealing to anybody who has indigenous art, crafts. Let's really build this. Linda, you had something to say before we finish off for the day?
No, Auntie, not really. Just thank you to you and the Herstory platform. Thank you to all my sisters online. I just encourage everyone to be brave and to begin their healing journey. Remember our ancestors. You know, they're right here behind me. My mom and dad are in spirit. You know, I honor them every day. They love us. You know, I remind people about bridging to them because we are their legacy. We are the light and often the chosen ones that are waking up, that can heal all the way back and all the way forward. So just encourage, and anybody who needs any support, to find me at Cockatoo Dreaming. Just here to serve.
Yep. Thank you. And I'd just like to say there's a whole lot of amazing women through your Cockatoo Dreaming and others who will be listening. And I'd like to encourage them because I know they would have some amazing stories to come out and register to speak, because I would love to hear their stories. We don't get that opportunity very often. So thanks for the platform, very much so. We'll get lots of women. Gertrude, we'll get you lots of women.
We have to grow the database, ladies. So your task is to introduce as many women as possible. Even if you don't want to speak, if you've never spoken, I'm here to coach you, to mentor you. Part of what the app will do as well is it has a self-paced course to help you develop your speech. So there's lots of things coming in 2022.
Great.
So we will end our day on this high note with full hearts. Miss Nina, love you. Love you. Enjoy your day.
Bye, everybody. Poppy's saying goodbye.
Yes. The cockatoos out there, There's,
of course.
There's Rainbow Lorikeet. AC, my dog is going off. Thank you. Oh God,
we love you, Auntie. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you, Gertrude. Thank you, Millen. Love you. Love you. Hope
Love
we get
you
out of
all.
here.
Take care, everybody. See you tomorrow, same time. Bye for now.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Oh.